Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Hi. Ugh. How do you feel, chat? On a scale from Amber to Bennett, how do you feel? Daya? Oh. Toma? Okay, we'll take a Toma. Toma's fine. Toma's fine. Hu Tao? Nice. Og? Gaming? Okay, okay. Hope things get better for you. Chevreuse? Alright. Happy to hear it. Yoimiya, I hope whoever was diagnosed with an illness in your family gets better. Anyways, how are you guys doing today? For real. Beige business. Chat! Chat. Wrong domain, you are right. I'm tired of doing this domain though, it's so cringe. And I never get anything good. Like, what's the point? Like, actually, what is the point? This domain is my boulder. Why do the gods punish me so? Why did it go that way? Wow. Worthless. Wow. That could be good. Wait, that could actually be good. Wait. I need to remake the client sheet because I didn't save it. I don't remember if EM or attack percent is better. I think it depended on the teams and the weapons, so I have to whatever. Okay. Base attack, base attack, base attack, base attack, base attack. Characters. Base attack. 337. What weapon will I use on her? Am I really gonna use the umbrella? Maybe Lion's Roar? Ugh. Ugh. Let's look at Lion's Roar. Nelly of the Deep. I don't have 5 billets. I made an R5 Sapwood. Okay, artifact set 18, and another like 30, 20 from substats. That's it. Flat attack 350. Hit rate. 98.4 plus 40 plus 62.2 plus 20 times 6.6. Damage percent 54. 36. 46.6. What else? I'm gonna be playing with Farina probably. Farina official Baiju or Farina official Nahida. Really Farina official Nahida. Fuck it. So like 150. Whatever. EM got 100 plus around 250 from Nahida. EMM aggravate. 5 multiplied by EM divided by 1200 plus EM plus 1 point. No, Baiju's not in the team. Plus 1. MM Hyperbloom is 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. Effective attack. Total attack multiplied by 1 plus damage percent multiplied by crit multiplier. Effective attack A1. Minimum of total attack 3000 times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Damage aggravate 1664 multiplied by 1 plus damage percent multiplied by crit multiplier multiplied by EM multiplier aggravate. Damage hyperbloom 4341 multiplied by EM multiplier hyperbloom. That's low. Is it supposed to be that low? Am I being corned? Okay, no. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's because it's pre-shred. Right, okay. Motion value equal to 76.7 times 18 plus 46.2 times 21 plus 228.4 times 5. Then motion value A1. This has been... Oh wait, these are pre-buff numbers, aren't they? Wait, no, they're not. Wait, what? They didn't change this, but they changed these. Weird. Because this is definitely post-buff. But I guess the passive buff isn't in here. Anyways. 60% multiplied by 18, 21, 39, 5, 44. Yeah. Number of aggravate 15. Number of hyper blooms. 10. Damage equal to sum of these times these times 190 divided by 390 times 0.9 plus this times this times 1.1. Okay. And if I go EM sands, it's a bit more. Okay, Pog. Tiny little bit more. I'm not sure if I'm assuming the right amount of hyper blooms though. And if it's like 6, then it's less. At 8, it should be about the same. Yeah. Well, EM sands will be viable regardless. Oh yeah. I got a Rosario constellation. Pog. Whatever. Let us upgrade our sands and see if we did all of this for nothing because it rolls like garbage. Well, that's good. That's awful. This makes me sad. I don't want it on my account. I think I'll keep it, yeah. Okay, I'll take it, honestly. Whatever. It is what it is. Kazuha piece? It's actually such a good Kazuha off piece. It might actually, like, I might actually end up using it. It's kind of an insane Kazuha off piece, isn't it? Holy. Can it reach 3k attack on EM Sands? Nope, not at all. Who cares? Okay. Oh wait, actually, you know what I want to check? Oops. Always forgot how much it is. Harbinger's better. If you get full uptime. You won't get full uptime. But still, interesting. And then obviously, I'll also add Finale of the Deep, just for those of you guys that are wondering if you should craft it. Around 250-ish. Um... About as good as R5 Lion's Roar. You miss out on the passive on an EM sense? No, you don't.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
Just because something is given a cap does not mean you want to cap it. It just means that going above the cap is you know, a little bit worse of an idea than if the cap wasn't there. I thought it was pretty important. Not really. Like, that's like saying you need to have you need to reach 3,000 attack on Arlecchino. You need to reach 3,000 attack on Xiao. You like, no, you don't. That's not how it works. What the cap does is it makes it so that if you are above 3,000 attack is pretty much fucking worthless. Not actually worthless, but not nearly as good, right? Like, attack is significantly worse above 3,000. Before 3,000, attack on her works like any other character. It increases her motion value. Like, it increases her damage based on her attack motion value. It's just that her passive has a limit of 3,000, after which it stops increasing her damage. It's not a passive that works multiplicatively, right? It's just added. It's just additional motion value. So it's not like Nahida where you really want to get like as much of it as possible, right? I might have to remove this Taunt mode. It's so ugh. It's ruining chat. Chat is getting ruined. Ruined. Jesus. My bad. I'm not gonna speak. I'm sorry. Shouldn't have spoken. My bad. I think it's 20% crit rate from talents. Yep. Yeah, that's like the biggest downside to crit rate weapons and Maréchaussée. Last stage of the event is so bad. What, is it worse than the previous ones? Kind of hard if you don't have Neuvillette. Really? Really? Hard. This event. I don't believe you. I need to see this though. Okay. Oh, geo damage bonus. Huh. Interesting. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do this one. It'll be fun. Okay, wait. Let me just make sure my characters are... Yeah. Alright, so we're going to do something different for this one. And we're going to be using the exact same team we've used on every other one so far. We're going to put this difficulty theory to the test. Oh, that is annoying.
Time to get the fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Overrule.
Wind strike.
That is very annoying, I will give you that.
Transfixed. Everybody stand back. Let's add the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah, this buff is awful. Holy shit. I have learned my lesson. The shockwave buff is... Why is it 8,000 damage? I thought it was gonna be, I don't know, more than that. I don't know why I thought it was gonna be more than that. I should know better.
Everybody stand.
As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind.
Nice and spicy.
Laid bare. That hurts. Wind strike.
Let's light it up. Overruled. Going in. At the frying pan. You're toast.
And we're still gonna get max points. Well, it's not max points, but we're still at least, we're gonna get gold
Wind strike.
from the first half alone. Even though we've got fucking mid-troll shields and nothing to deal with them.
Everybody stand.
So I feel like the hard was a little overstated, perhaps.
Wind strike.
Yeah, we're not gonna kill this. Oh, never mind. Nice. Did kill this.
Have fun with this gift. Time to shine.
Stray cloud converge. Form. Disappear.
Disappear!
Worthless.
I definitely should not have taken the shockwave. It's so awful. What the fuck is this?
Ears of the storm. Let my name echo in song.
Seize the sky.
It's that versus 110 crit damage? Like, how? I guess if your builds are ass... Oh, wait, I'm actually low. Oh, she's not on Fav. I was like, I'm actually low on ER on Farazan? How?
Stray cloud converge. Form. Lament. Tear. Tear. Tear.
Oh my... You fucking...
Truth repeats it. Shower me with praise. Let the world come up.
Seize the skies. Evil conquering.
Evil conquering!
Worthless.
Oh my, it... Bears on.
Have fun with this.
Okay, this is the last rotation, so I don't need to use Farina's E. I shouldn't have used this E either, though.
Wait for the
Oh my... How did it jump that way? Hello?
Worthless. Worthless.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, okay, it is kind of ass. I agree. It is definitely kind of ass. Alright, well. Okay. That was an event of all time. It's not difficult? No, it's not. But it is really bad. I'm at 80 pity in the standard banner and have 20 pulse. Should I go for it? Or maybe Sijuin will be added? I mean, I don't fucking know. I don't think she's gonna be standard because every time we've had a character added to standard so far, it was leaked a pretty long time before the character came out, and we haven't... It was leaked last minute? It wasn't that last minute. I guess it kind of was. Yeah, okay, no, you know what? You're right. Because in my head, I knew she was standard from the start, because, like, I saw her kid and I was like, yeah, this is a standard character. Like, if you guys watch the pre-release, I make it very clear that she is a standard character. I don't know. Maybe Sijuin will be standard as well. I don't know. I mean, if you don't need to pull on it now, then there's no harm in waiting. Because she might get added to the standard banner. Who the fuck knows? You'll know. If she does, they'll say it on the live stream. So, yeah. John, why won't the standard banner just give me a fucking Fav sword? Can anyone tell me that? Like, what do I have to do? Also, I'm gonna level my stringless. I've needed to level it for such a long time. Never mind. I lied.
I created another.
Full on weapon banner? Isn't this weapon banner not Fav? Fudge. You think I want dog hands assisted? Good one, buddy. Holy. Use standard pulls now if you have some. I don't think I have any. Oh, we're almost back at 100k. Maybe if I do my fucking quests, we'll reach it. I'm not doing my quests, though. Alright, chat. Where shall I spend my resin? I've done the Arlecchino boss this week, right? I haven't done the whale boss, though. Might as well do one. Yeah, Arlecchino's gonna be nice against this, right? Probably. What would I want to play? I'm kind of down to just do the Candace team.
Stay close.
Thoughts? could kill it here.
Do your worst.
No! I definitely could have if I didn't hesitate. It's fine. Wait, what?
Wind strike.
Oh. Why didn't it eat me? I thought it was gonna... But it didn't. That's weird. Below 30% it won't eat? Really? I didn't know that. Huh. Ew. That's disgusting. You check the minus 15Ks? I don't like them. Sorry. We should do one more. No, we shouldn't. What do I even want to do? I guess I should work on leveling Lila, maybe? Wait, what? Why didn't I level Heizo? Is it because I don't want to fucking collect the Onikabuto? Oh no! I could level him. Maybe I should then, huh? Hmm. Who else do I need to work on? No, farming the Bond of Life set? I'm burnt out. I can't fucking do it anymore. Odds are they'll release a new artifact domain that I need to start farming before I even get a Bond of Life set that's better than my Glad. It's such a fucking waste of resin. My Glad is too good. Like, unironically, I don't know that I'll get an improvement from Arlecchino if I farm for it every single day until 5.0. I don't think it's that likely. But it's like... Am I really gonna spend all of that resin on a lateral investment that isn't even horizontal? Like, it's not, it doesn't invest on a new unit? Nah, fuck that. I'm good. Show us your Glad build, I asked. We can do that in a minute. See, if I actually had cons on Dory, I'd be down to actually invest into her, but at C0, it's not worth it.
Ta-da!
Alright, fuck it. Let's do Lila. I have C1, so she's a real unit now, so I'm down. This is gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass, but they're not that bad.
Okay.
Pull Dog Hand's assistance for her? Why would I pull for a downgrade instead of Fav? Huh? I don't get it.
Late bed.
Would you kindly step back into Bennett Burst? Thank you. Or Hydro expired, Saj. It's okay. I feel like Lila's stonks went way up with Arlecchino's release. I don't know if I agree with that. I think Lila's a pretty niche unit for Arlecchino. There's just not enough teams. Wait, what? Is this the first time I've claimed this? Nice. There's just not enough teams where Lila fits, right? Like, she fits. I don't like her better than the Pyro Shielder options if you're playing, like, Moto Pyro / Rev Meld. Because her cryo's just not enough by itself. Right? So either you put Lila in an Arlecchino team where you want to do meld Arlecchino, in which case Diona's kind of just better. You put her in a team where you're not really focusing on Arlecchino reactions, in which case the other shielders tend to be better. Or you're putting her in a vape teams, in which case, on a lot of the vape teams, well, one, against bosses, you always lose vapes. And two, against non-bosses, you actually can lose your aura if your Hydra unit isn't Sing So. So I don't love it either. Maybe if you don't use her burst at all. I don't know. But like at that point, why are you playing her over Yanfei or Toma? You know? I guess Toma could yoink vapes as well. And not everyone has Yanfei C4. Yes.
We go.
What the?
Going in. My guiding star. Busted. Here comes the catch.
But like even just from that, we already lost some vapes. Which is like, I don't know. Contest here. But I guess there is no good shield option. Right? So like, yeah, using her isn't great, but the fuck else are you gonna use if you don't have a good, if you don't have Zhongli,
For a walk then.
right?
It's time to pull the trigger.
Daya yoink some vapes. He'll be fine with Sing To. He'll be tight with Yelan. It won't work with Candace. hard to tell the auras, and the shield is just... The shield doesn't last any time at all, man. I don't know. I don't know. Like, you're gonna have to do Hydro first, I guess.
Not now. Everybody stand back.
Fuck. I lost a shield. There was one opportunity for a lost vape there. I don't think we ended up losing it because our timing was good, though.
Busted.
Yeah, I guess she is fine just as a shielder option if you need a shielder and have nothing else. It's just... like... please just do this, you know? Like, at that point, just use Singto. Like, I guess the additional cryo op can, in some situations, be an upside with her burst, like this.
Teamwork is dream. Cold. Mine's a command. My guiding stuff. Ring cutter. No, my sword.
Yeah. We're not losing any reactions because Singto's Hydro op is fast enough. To have our back. But with Yulon or Candace, you're gonna lose, or you are gonna lose some vapes. I knew, I'm Zajef. I think this is one of the weaker quests they've done. But part of that is because it was written as a mystery, but they revealed the mystery in promotional material, right? Like, to me, it seemed like the story focused way too much on who Clervy was. And it made it really hard for me to give a shit about anything that was happening, because we already knew it. And honestly, we didn't really learn much else. Right? Like, this wasn't a quest of character development because her character didn't change. No one's character really changed. It was basically just them telling us a couple new things about her. And the only new things we learned about her is, yeah, she doesn't kill the children. She just... well, I guess spoilers. My bad. But, I mean, fuck. I've already been yapping about the quest for, like, a minute, so if you didn't... whatever. She didn't kill the children, she just erases their memories. Which, like, I guess is a somewhat interesting plot element, but to me it's not enough to carry the quest on its own. And it felt like it didn't focus on that part enough. Like, to me, it really felt like the story was written first, then someone else made the animated short, and whoever wrote this story had to last minute make a couple changes to try to make it fit for people who had already seen the animated short. And I understand how there's some people that cared more about Clervy because they knew who she was ahead of time. And that can be used effectively in some stories. They just didn't really do it for me because the story didn't have enough outside of Clervy's identity to keep me interested.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
The quiz just ended up giving more context instead of being a big reveal. But the thing is, it kind of didn't, right? Like, it did not give any more context to the animated short. Like, what is something about the animated short that was left as a mystery about which we gain context in the story? Like, one thing. Because, like, that's my issue, right? If you are going to have a focus on the character's motivations rather than just the events, the motivations need to be something that's, like, interesting or engaging. I don't know, man. It's just... If the focus is on motivations we already know ahead of time, I think we learned that maimed children were experimented on by Dottore, right? Did we? It's hard to say, right? It's hard for me to put myself in the position of someone who hadn't seen the short, because I have seen it. And I don't know exactly how much I would have enjoyed it without having seen it beforehand, right? Yeah, like, the Dottore stuff I already knew. I don't know how I knew it. I don't know if it was explicitly told or just heavily implied already. But I'm not a lore nerd, and I don't watch any lore videos, which means that if I knew it, it was pretty fucking obvious already, right? So it's not really something new. Yeah, like, if I were to try to guess, I'd say, like, that story existing independently, completely independently from,
Something you wish to report? Go.
from,
Undivided attention.
what was I saying? I forgot. Oh yeah, if I were to rate it completely independently from the short, I think I'd give it, like, a 7. But again, like, I'm just guessing, because I can't rate it independently from the short, unfortunately. I like the parts of the quests which show that there are different groups in the house and the way Arlecchino is dealing with them. I think I half agree with you. I think that that is the most interesting part of the quest. I also didn't really like it. I thought it was done in a way that was just so boring to me. I think the subject matter was interesting. The storytelling didn't do it for me, though. Nah. I mean, I've given up on engaging with the lore community. Obviously, no disrespect to any of the lore content creators, because it's not their fault at all. But I've given up on it, man. They... lore dwellers? Yeah, I don't know. people that care about lore feel very strongly about the things they like or whatever, and are very aggressive when you perceive them differently. And I don't have it in me to deal with that. Anyways, so should I watch Arlecchino animated short first or do the quest?
Into my eyes.
Personally, I would recommend doing the quest first.
What you see.
I think either way, there are a few elements in the quest that make it very clear that, like, they expect you to have seen the promotional video. Which, like, to me, it like I said, right? It seems like they wrote the quest, they were ready to do it, and then someone else made the short, and they were like, "Oh shit, fuck, we gotta make this fit somehow." And I think that it made the quest worse as a standalone. Will you skip promotional material in the future because of this? If I was just a player, I would, but as a content creator, nah. I will want to, and I will hate watching them, but I'll still watch them. Spend a little bit more time on making a more consistent and faster way to group the Genki. Wanna see? Really? Faster? Sure. Because I felt like the way I'm grouping them is pretty fucking fast already. Oh, I fucked it up. Like, this is pretty damn fast already, you know? But sure, you can send it to me. All right. You go on this thingy, I guess. And then what? What? No, you huh? What are you doing? You just how are you gonna group them? Oh, there's audio. I see. I was like, how are you gonna group them if you don't start the damn chamber? Okay.
Okay, best way I found is you get in this little space with a key. You stand in this corner, to the upper right of it. Line up the key with this ruined pillar over here in the corner, and then you walk up to this line right here, right there, and then you do a tap sprint jump right when you get to it, and then you're good. So in execution, it looks like this.
Huh. Wait, which one is... It's this one, I guess? And you line it up with a pillar? I see. I mean, you probably don't actually have to... Oh, you meant, did you mean this pillar? I mean, whatever. I don't think it matters. Right? I guess it's, you wanna, like... No.
Transfixed.
What pillar did you line it up with? I forgot. Oh, the short one. Okay, yeah. And you're going backwards, so it's... Okay, yeah, so it's from here to here. Oh.
Laid bare.
And then you walk up to this line right here, right there, and then you do a tap sprint jump. Right.
Okay. It looks like you actually have to do the walk. Oops. That was not it. No. I think, wait, I think it's because I have to start before I start walking. No, it's not. Hmm. Okay.
Overruled.
Going in. Let's light it up. Gang's up. Fun's over.
Alright.
Gotcha.
That's not good.
Is where you fall. Laid bare.
Okay. This team is ass, though. Hmm.
Transfixed.
Teamwork is dreamwork. At the world, Mark.
Hear my prayer.
I got staggered like an idiot. No! Look at how much fucking HP it had when it did the thing. Ah, it's fine. Okay. So basically, you just line up for this thing. Start. Do this.
Overruled.
Why do they never everybody stand back? Animal test 63.
Grant us your blessing.
Oh. I was too far from the other one. We can do better.
Laid bare.
I'm going in. Absorption test.
Hear my prayer.
I fucked it up. Whatever.
I hear.
Man.
Transfixed.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Okay, how did that...
We shall prevail.
How is it not getting infused? Hello?
Go on.
Oh, right, because I'm an idiot.
Witness my rise.
Right. It's because I'm an idiot. Of course it's not going to get infused. Yeah. I don't like this method of grouping as much as just running to the left.
Then everybody stand back.
Because Genki does the cringe-ass range attack. Like
Grant us your blessing.
like base Genki, the masked one, does the fucking range attack because you go too far from him. And that attack, you have to dodge, which ends up making you slower. Even if the setup itself is faster.
Animal hypostasis. We shall prevail.
Okay, how did that not hit all of them? How did that not hit all of them? Hello? I was in the middle! Whatever.
Everybody stand back.
Can I
Grant us your blessing.
I don't have any stamina. Because stamina doesn't reset. Yeah, this is significantly slower. Dodge.
Overrule. Teamwork is dreamwork. Stand clear, animal. Hear my prayer.
Ooh, we got a nice one though here, but it won't matter. Because, yeah. It doesn't work like this. Because I can't kill them fast enough until the animal one starts attacking. And the way that the attacks happen, there's 4 attacks in too short of a time frame for you to be able to dash to dodge all of them. I have to line up their attacks so they happen at the same time. And I do that when I run this way.
Everybody stand back. Animal test 63.
Oops.
Whoa. Grant us your blessing.
Oops. Oh, I'm an idiot, but yeah. I didn't see the thingy. The message. Whatever.
Overrule.
Wasn't far enough. I didn't. Can someone type what they said? Oh wait, no, it's I have it. Oh, the Arlecchino punishes Zajef thing. No,
Right
what
when
is
you get
that?
to it, and then you're good.
Oh yeah, no, I have seen it. Yes.
Lay to bed. Everybody stand back. Stand clear. Animal hyper. We shall prevail.
No. No, grouping wasn't good enough. Ugh.
Going in. Animal test 63.
Okay, I definitely pressed you here, but okay. Okay, I hate the fact that stamina doesn't reset when you restart. Because, like, unironically, I keep running out of stamina because I don't fucking wait here for my stamina bar to reset. Ugh.
Overrule. Teamwork is dreamwork. Absorption test. Animal, grant us your blessing.
I didn't know it doesn't reset. Yeah, it's really fucking annoying and I hate it.
Lay to bed. Everybody stand back. Animal test 63. We shall
No, fucked it up. And plus, anyway, it doesn't matter. Grouping orangey wasn't good. I think that, I mean, the few times I've tried it, they seem to waddle a little bit further away from each other, so I don't know.
overrule. Teamwork is dreamwork. Absorption test. Animal, hear my prayer.
pass.
Trent, going in. Swirl, mark. Grant us your blessing.
They're too far away from each other. They waddled too much. Dude, I hate how much they waddle. Like, speedrunning this chamber is literally just a waddle check. If they waddle too far away from each other, it's you gotta reset.
Hear my breath.
Wait, was that good? Oh, that was good. Was that a 15 or a 14? 15? I've done faster. Dodge. Eh, whatever. Good enough for now. Oh, wait. I don't have noblesse.
Ow.
Oh, that's not good.
That come from?
Oh, I have an ER sends on Sucrose. That's not good. Oh well. True. Yeah, bro, you're you guys can't hear this, can you? It's so loud. How can you guys not hear it? Maybe it picks up when I'm talking, actually. Yeah, I think my noise gate is preventing you guys from hearing it when I'm not talking, but you guys can hear it when I am talking. Oh. Whatever. I'll close the window, it'll be a lot quieter. It's... Never mind. It's still loud. Why is there a fucked up cow mooing in your background? I don't know. Hmm. Zajef, hello. I hope you slept well. Hello, prison. I slept fine, I would say. Not really particularly well, but not terrible either. Paid chatter? Chat, some people care about my well-being, okay? Not all of them are paid chatter.
Let me leave you a book. Going in.
The wind knows me.
No, my sword.
I forgot to eat. It's fine. We don't need to let it cook.
Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
We should have let it cook. It's fine. Hey, we got 3. Cat is dead to you again already? No. He's not. I just already had Singzao on the team. I don't get why my vape Arlecchino is not making 150,000 damage. Maybe you're fucking something up. I don't know. No, they're not. Don't believe chat's lies. Okay, you know what I should do, chat? I should do some testing on some of Arlecchino's teams that I haven't tested yet. What have I not tested yet? I haven't tested the Sugar's teams enough. Burgeon? I don't need to test Burgeon. Oh, actually, I have a team that someone wanted me to test, and I think it's awful. It looks like trash, but I did say I would test it. I will say I'm not entirely sure what the fuck the build is supposed to be, because this is an awful team. And as a reminder, chat, I think this is an awful team. Do not try this at home, okay? I'm not putting her on Medical Say. Whatever, I don't give a shit. I do not care. I refuse. I want to make it very clear, okay? I don't understand why this team is supposed to be a thing.
Overrule. Shine down. Rain cutter. No, my soul.
Ah, fuck.
Help.
Witness my rise. Transfixed.
Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered. Let me weave you a verse.
Yeah, this feels not great. It's weird, but it's not awful. It's just, why would you use Arlecchino over Bennett if you're gonna play a Burgeon team? And why the fuck is Raiden here, you know? It's... We've somehow made a shit team with 4 great units. I mean, it's not gonna be shit because any pyro unit plus Nahida Sengto is gonna be good. But yeah, it's also not gonna be good.
Laid bare.
Shine down. Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge. Know my sword. Witness the power of Guhua. Huh?
Transfixed. Inazuma shines eternal.
Yeah, no, this is no. No. Like, it's technically functional,
There is no
but that's not enough.
rain outlines your fate. Know my
Like, at this point, right?
It's time to.
I'd rather just do this.
Overruled.
Oh yeah, let me just make sure I'm not cheating.
Transfixed.
grow, grow, grow. The temple of wisdom.
Here comes the cat.
Wait, that's not Singto. Oh no.
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate.
Oh. Wait, blessing in disguise. I got staggered out of my attack, so I didn't kill it, so now he's still alive. Pog.
Time to act.
Where's the balls? There's no balls. There's very little balls. Fuck it. Let's do this. You want more balls? I'm down for more balls.
Overruled.
Sharing my knowledge. This may hurt a little. Witness the power of Guhua. Know my sword. Rain outlines your fate.
Bleed. We shall.
Grow, grow, grow.
Laid bare. Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
Rain cutter.
Hear my prayer.
Okay, well, they ungrouped themselves like an insane amount here. So it's kinda... How is he all the way over there? How did he get there? How? Like, actually, how? He just waddled in the same direction consistently for like 30 seconds.
Let me weave you a verse.
Ah, fuck.
We shall prevail.
Rain outlines your fate. I let my guard
I love getting frozen. Ugh. I love Frozen! I love being forced to jump as I get unfrozen, and then getting hit by another attack, so I have to get frozen again. Oops, I fucked it up, I think.
Transfixed.
I see everything. Make yourselves at home. Know my sword. Rain cutter.
Oh no. Stop waddling! What is he doing? Okay. I fucked that up really bad, but it's fine.
Laid bare.
Committed to memory. Witness the power.
We shall prevail.
Oh my. I don't know, man. It's just... I mean, if you... I guess Raiden gives you some way to proc the seeds at the start of the rotation, which is kind of useful, I guess. But Fischl could do that too, so why not just use Fischl?
outlines your grow, grow, grow. The temple of wisdom.
That's not official.
Shadow Raven.
Overrule. Ring cutter. This is where you fall. Transfixed.
Like, if you're gonna play... It's so bad, though. I hate it. Like, you're playing an AoE team that's worse in AoE than just fucking Monopyro or... Like... The main point of playing Burgeon teams on Pyro units is either because they don't have enough damage in their kit, or like have really good synergy with Burgeon, which isn't the case for Arlecchino, or to try to cheat out some more AoE of a unit that just has literally none, like Yoimiya, which also isn't the case for Arlecchino. So I just don't really see the point of Burgeon. Utao is one of the best Burgeon drivers, but Burgeon is kind of bad. Meh. Like, Bennett Burgeon teams are really good. We can do a Bennett Burgeon run if you guys want. I'm not adding Saj.
Hey. Sharing my knowledge. Let me read you a verse.
Oh, he is grouping the wrong way.
Teamwork is strength. Odd revealed.
He's grouping the wrong way, Saj.
Midnight.
We kill the other two, right? Because he decided to go the wrong fucking way. But, like, this is actually good, right?
Off we go. Adventure time. I see everything.
Fine.
Temple of wisdom. Ring cutter. Rain outlines your fate. Everybody stand back. Shadow with. Why do they never miss?
What are they doing? Ah! Whatever, man. They're deciding to be cringe. I'll just accept it.
Make yourselves at home. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. Midnight fantastic. I'm going in. Let's light it up. Ow. Let's light it up. By royalty committed to memory. Everybody stand back. Witness the power of the vods. Rain out.
Midnight Venta.
Like, this is actually a pretty good team. I was like Thundering Fury, yeah, because it's pretty similar. Thundering Fury's better in AoE. because you're actually triggering Burgeon on multiple characters or multiple enemies at the same time. This it's a little harder because your Electro Op is single target. Either way, though. We can also look at Bennett, or at Toma, sorry. Toma's gonna be pretty good as well. Might be better in this chamber. Because less Pyro Op. And more uptime.
Sharing my knowledge. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. Rain outlines your odds reveal.
I got you covered. Check this out.
Midnight phantasma.
What? I tried to swap. Why didn't it work? What the fuck?
Rain cutter.
My rotation got fucked a little by that, but
Rain outlines your
yeah.
I see everything.
Wait, what? I wasn't far enough? Whatever. Why use Fischl in all cookies since she applies an AoE? Because Fischl actually applies Electro.
Sharing my knowledge. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. Rain. By royal decree.
I got you covered. Don't get too close. Midnight.
Rain cutter.
Fire it up.
Yeah. Like, that also works, right? It's just a bit rougher because you don't have a healer on the team, right? Does Toma not need a lot of VR in that team? A tiny bit, yeah.
Their sole purpose is decoration upon a wall.
You missed a few emote requests. Which one of you motherfuckers sent redeemed an emote request and added text? When I copy paste fucking 7tv.app/emote/66 whatever space rename space it space Pedro space okay, it gives me an error, bozo. Minus 15k. I don't want to add Saj. Why does it work like that for you? Because on my activity feed, which is where I can scroll down to see the emotes, it shows your whole message, but my activity feed is a little fucked. It's like really narrow, so that because my monitor is not that big, and I need to have, you know, all of my OBS stuff and chat, so I have to keep the Twitch activity feed really narrow, which means it doesn't show the full message. So what I do is I just triple click on it so I can get the full message, and then I paste it, right? Which means that if you add things that are not the link into the description, I'm not fucking looking at your minus 15k. Okay, chat! I have tested Nahida version, I have tested Arlecchino version and I deem it not very good. Let us now move on to something else. Arlecchino Xianyun. I've tested it a little bit, but I guess I can test it a bit more in this abyss. God, it's gonna be painful though. When does Arlecchino have a... Oh yeah, because I yoinked it. Okay. Something's wrong. Oh, that makes more sense. Has she been on the wrong build this whole time? She might have been, actually. Fuck. Eh, whatever. It's not much worse, anyways.
Something you wish to report? Go on.
Alright, Jose for plunge. I should. Fuck, you're right. I don't wanna, but I should. Gearing. Gearing. New Kendrick Lamar diss, by the way. Nice. I'll check it out. I'm not lying.
You have my...
Overruled. Time to shine.
Ah, fuck, it's so Jover.
Let's light it up.
Oh, never mind. I'm dead. I died and it wasn't even to the big slam. Jesus Christ, I hate Farina with Arlecchino. It's fine.
Let my name echo in song. Shout. Gray clouds converge. Everybody stand back.
What? In what world? I guess you don't jump high enough with Xianyun. It's high enough with Xiao. Oh, I forgot. I shouldn't have done that. That's fine. Yeah, I'm done. That's enough of that. Jesus fucking Christ. That's enough of that.
I have a high. Let my name echo in song. Make way for the everybody stand back.
I forgot to.
Transfixed.
I don't understand why you would want to do this.
Laid bare. Let's light it up.
Like, how do you wake up in the morning and think to yourself, yes, I want to go play Plunge Arlecchino. I don't think it really works. In this team, I think you'd kind of have to do double hydro. And if you're playing... Ugh.
Overrule. Let the world come alive. Seize the skies. Going in.
Fuck.
Wanted my full attention, did you?
Well, if you get staggered out of half of your attacks, you have enough hydro up. So, I guess it works.
Laid bare. Witness my rise.
Like, at the end of the day, you can make it work. But I just don't see the point. This I can understand a little bit more, but I feel like it's just gonna be... actually... No, yeah. I feel like it's just gonna be worse than Hu Tao. Bennett's supposed to be on Umbrella? No, he's not.
Overrule.
Wait, what am I doing? That's not the right order for things.
Know my sword. Witness the power of the wild rain.
Like, I can see something like this being fine. And I guess the plunges have slightly bigger AoE than... To be fair, Glad doesn't buff plunges. She's not on Glad.
Laid bare. Showing you things. Let the world come on. Let me weave you a verse. No.
Oh, fuck off.
Skyward. Seize the skies.
Friend tried to dodge that one.
Overruled. This
I mean, it's just worse than her normal vape teams, right? But it does work. You cleared faster with Virgin. Don't say that. Please don't say that. That makes me sad. Okay. Anyone... Does anyone have an account with Shovelers that they would be willing to lend me? Me? Okay. Out of the volunteers, is anyone NA? If I can avoid 200 ping, I would like to. I have a C6 Shovelers in NA. I'm down to try that. Okay, shoot me a DM on Discord. I'll be right back. I'm back. I have still not received a message on Discord yet, but that's okay. Okay, can anyone tell me why my YouTube does this? Like, where are the videos that are supposed to be here? Hello? Ad block? Wait, really? Wait, they have ads there? No. Disgusting. Wait, you're right. When I go to my personal account, they're not there, and I have premium on my... Oh, that is...
What could the children be?
Ew! It's so ugly!
Never mind. Let them do as they please.
I sent the info. Okay, I have received it. Account or password error. Not again. Every time, man! Well, yeah, I can't. I don't know if you're still here, but the account, either the email or the password you sent me is wrong. So, yeah. Shit, never mind. I'm Corns. I don't have Arlecchino. Dude! Why would... Dude. Why? Why would you do this? Yeah, you guys can see my emotions through my eyebrows. Okay. Anyone? Does anyone else have? Drew. I'm sure I'm going to C3 when I'm EU. EU's fine. EU is fine. EU's fine. C3 Arlecchino? No, that's not fine. You want to jump into C6? I don't mind. Either C6 or not C6. Arlecchino needs to be C0 though. Yeah, if you have Chevreurs and C0 Arlecchino on EU, send me a DM. Ideally, it would be nice if you have Beto built as well. Oh. I have received a DM. I'm pausing. Alright. I think we have an account lined up. Alright.
An instrument.
Okay. I guess Wolf's Gravestone makes up for the lower talents. It doesn't, but it's fine. Emblem. What in the... Farina build Ribbozo. We don't have an attack sense! No! Ah, shit. Gonna have to go two piece. That's so rough. It's okay. Sorry, it's fine. Wait, what is this? Wait, that looks good. Pog. But, I'll just do this for now. Jesus.
I created
Okay.
another universe and founded paradise.
I have a Homa, two piece. Two piece. Is that really the best you got? With those stats, probably. Yeah. Okay. What do we have for Bennett? Mist Splitter, Horn of Bliss. Is Chivalrous geared? Yep. Looks geared. So let's start with this.
Oz, everybody stand back.
Why did I do that?
Final one.
I gotta heal.
Witness my rise. Late back.
Let's light it up. Off we go.
Yeah.
Why did
This
I never
is
miss? Huh? Drop your weapons. You asked for it. Teamwork is dreamwork.
As you wish, Maidfoot.
How did that hit me? This kind of feels like ass. Okay.
Overruled. By royal stop right there. To ashes.
Like, the damage is noticeably lower, but the defensive utility is also noticeably higher.
Midnight.
Yeah, okay, that was a skill issue. I don't know why I did that. Oh, that might have been too close.
Transfix.
Bro.
Drop your weapons. Eyes on me.
Overruled. Everlasting as the moon. Laid bare.
Wings of dark. Final warning. To ashes.
Yeah. This definitely feels a lot better. Which makes sense, right? But yeah, right. Like that's effectively what I covered in the pre-release. What the biggest downside of the Chevreuse teams is that in chambers where you need some more defensive utility, you just don't have good defensive utility options, so they just perform worse than other archetypes. Or with Bennett instead of Fischl. I don't know if we're gonna have enough energy for Beto if we do that. Probably not. But we could. Where the fuck is Chevreuse? There she is.
Transfixed.
Oops.
Stop right there. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Power that ended fight. Wanted my full attention, did you? This is where you fall. Overruled.
Oopsie
Final
daisy.
warning. Everybody stand back. To ashes.
Yeah. Definitely feels better. It didn't clear that much faster because I kind of fucked up at the end, but it did clear a little bit faster and it felt a lot better. The breakpoints were a lot better. But yeah, it's just solo Electro Beto's kind of rough, right? Now, there is something I need to do, and I want you guys to not be too angry, okay? Alright, please don't be too angry with me.
Justice will prevail. Stop right. Stand down. Teamwork is dreamwork. Huh? Nice and spicy. Eyes on me. Back off. You asked for it. I'm going in. After frying pan, into the fire. You're toast. To ashes.
Yeah, I fucked that up pretty badly, and it's still about as good. If we don't fuck it up, it should be a lot better.
Hands where I can. Everybody stand back. Huh? Eat this. Nice and spicy. Power that ended Python. You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Teamwork is dreamwork. To ashes.
It's still about as fast.
Let's light it up.
Okay. But yeah, so it's not really an upgrade over just using Chainlink in the Chevreuse team. When content is aggressive enough that you're likely to have to use her burst to survive. Which is a bit unfortunate, for sure. Let me get a feel for how strong this account is overall, though. Dodge. 2 away, I believe. My bad. Okay. I yoinked some stuff. Let's put it back. Oh shit, did I forget to change our weapon? I did, right? Oh, I didn't, okay.
Transfixed. Things are about to get dicey. I'm going in.
Oops.
Off we go. Gotcha.
Laid bare.
Everlasting
Yeah.
as the moon.
Definitely has the investment to one rotate with Candace.
Busted. Everybody stand back.
Oh, I forgot to eat. Oops. But even still, pretty decent amount faster like this. Which makes sense, because it's a team that doesn't have defensive utility. Do you have Zhongli? No. Oh. Okay, is there any other Chevalier stuff I want to test? Daytime? True, actually. No, not a good idea. Oh, maybe I can do... I gotta check how the stuff lines up, though.
Transfixed. Positions. I'm going in.
Nope. Can't. I don't know if I can get a Pyro Swirl through Nilo E. I think it's gonna be rough.
Overruled. Here. Everybody stand
Oh,
back.
Pog. We got one.
Go on.
Oh, fucking hell.
Witness my rise.
But we lost everything anyways, so...
Dance with the waves. With all my strength.
Yeah, this feels like ass. Oh my god. Why would anyone try to... Because I know some of you guys told me that it works with Nilo too, and I was like, I mean, I guess I can kind of see it, but the animations are so long. This is ass! This is dog shit!
Transfixed. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Because you can't really do something like this with Nilo. I guess you kinda can, but... Okay, I definitely dodged that, but okay.
Laid bare.
I'm going in. Here. This dance is for you.
Transfixed. Everlasting as
Yeah.
the moon.
Nilo is ass on this. I hate it. I definitely don't like it. I'm gonna try it in single target. against enemies that aren't as aggressive. Against aggressive enemies, I definitely like Candace a lot more. Alright, that's a good idea. I'll do that after.
I won't hold you.
So, can I do...
With all my strength. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Wind strike.
Okay, that is doable. But we kind of just don't have enough Hydro for a setup. Which kind of fucks us over here, so I still don't think you'd want to do this. Yeah.
Let's light it up.
That just doesn't really work. I think you have to... I think you still have to Bennett into Nilo.
Everybody stand.
And the problem is just that her animations are so long. I guess it's not that bad. Okay, it's not as bad, actually. I don't like it as much as Candace, for sure. Because...
Adventure time. Transfixed.
Because Candace's setup actually has iframes, whereas you can get staggered out of Nilo's E really easily. And getting staggered, or even just having to dodge, that's things that are happening during your Bennett buff uptime and your VV uptime, which sucks. It really does, right? Plus, Candace actually gives like 30+% normal attack damage bonus. Nilo doesn't do anything if you don't have key, right? I don't think she does literally anything. Right, her E doesn't even fucking do damage. It's just app. Yeah, like she's just a strictly worse version if you don't have key. If you do have key, there might be an argument for it. We can try Barbara.
Wish me luck.
Pretty sure it's not gonna be enough, but don't knock it till you try it. Oh, wait. Wait, it's lining up really well. Wait a second. It's lining up a lot better than I expected it to. It's still ass, because you're gonna have to choose between having your Barbara E every rotation or having TDDS. But Barbara does work, it would appear.
Everybody stand back. Go, bug.
Yeah.
Wanted my full
Plus-
attention, did you?
It's easy for the timing to not actually turn out right. Yeah. I love Barbara for sure. Okay, I need to borrow an account from someone who has Arlecchino and Kokomi. I have Kokomi NA. Pog, you also have Arlecchino, right? I thought the question was implied beforehand, but I guess now I realize I need to ask. Yes, okay, you can send me a DM then. But yeah, send me a DM whenever. Okay, business. Does he actually stream on the Variety? Very rarely. But sometimes, yes. You don't have to send me a friend request, you can just DM me. I can't. Rejected. True. Rip Bozo. Right. The 2FA has been sent. Okay, business. Would you accept my friend request, Aj? No. No mega lol. Okay. Soj. No. Rip your builds. Okay. Charge attack cancel. Yeah, I feel like with Kokomi, you kind of have to do a charge attack cancel. Hey, why did I abandon? I'm an idiot. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's good enough. It's just lets you save a lot of time if you cancel it. Maybe you just do a Kokomi charge attack, but it's kind of like, ugh. Because, like, if you just do... You just do this, you apply Pyro, it's over, right? It doesn't work. So you kind of have to either wait or do a Kokomi charge attack. Or just do a cancel like this. And then you can do your waiting during your cancel. I kind of like that the most. Damage is kind of not that great though. Why is that? I guess it's lower talent level. 2-piece, 2-piece. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Level 80, yeah. Yeah, if you're not doing jump cancels... in this chamber, doing a Kokomi charge attack is gonna feel like ass. And it didn't even hit all of them, so it didn't matter. But it did waste time, I guess. Oh no. It dodged one of the hits from the jellyfish. Oops, I did not dodge. Try ult? I mean, that's the same thing as just waiting. Oh, okay, no, we're good. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I definitely like Candace better, but I don't hate it. Right, because like you need C6. Oh, they do have C6. I can directly compare both. Hog. Goopies doesn't matter. She doesn't do any damage anyways. Oh, I fucked up my setup though. Oopsie. Okay, it's not fucking hitting the right one. What a... That was just... Okay. That was a skill issue. And a grouping issue. Oh, how did I... We don't have the damage to be able to just ignore the incoming damage, which makes this a lot easier to compare 1-to-1. But I definitely like this better. Kogumi's gonna do more damage. Wait, how did I am charge attacking! I tried to charge attack like 3 times and it just didn't do anything. Whatever. Okay, well, we're not hitting all of them. But we're all pretty close to one rotating when we do hit all of them. Looks like you vape more with Coco Fish. That is not how that works. If a Pyro Aura is not happening, you can't vape more with one Hydro than another. We are vaping every single vapeable hit. You can't vape more than that. That's just not how that works. Okay, bro, why do we get the most perfect grouping? Also, yeah, we're actually vaping less because we got a Pyro Aura there. Why do we get the most perfect grouping first try on Kokomi? Like, what? Whatever, man. The game heard that. I think that. Wait, what? Why did I get a Pyro Aura there? The game heard that I think Candace is better, and they're trying to prove me wrong. I won't fall for it, game. Oh, chat, you know what's happening? I was like, why am I missing... My E initial hit is only hitting one of them, or 2 of them. Which means that what is usually preventing the first damage over time instance from applying Pyro, ICD, doesn't kick in because I'm not hitting the other 2. There we go. Like, I made sure I hit all of them, and this time we don't have a problem. Also, again, perfect grouping with Kokomi, just to prove me wrong. Yeah. I think against stationary enemies, it's not a big difference, though. You will do a little bit more damage with Kokomi. Especially because right now she's on TOM, but she doesn't have to be. She can be on Instructor, which is going to do even more damage. I think you do have to to cancel your charge attack if you want to get a good setup, though. You seen the tech where you basic attack 3 times before collecting bond? So you evade the bigger hit. That is a basic attack 3 times? That's not gonna do anything. If it was 2 times or 1 time, could do something, but 3...
It's just some chronic
Huh?
problem I have flaring up again. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, is it because your time... I see. Oh, okay. Because your time rule kicks in between N1 and N2. I guess that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. It does mean that if you get staggered or have to dodge, it doesn't work, though. And you're wasting a lot of time for it. So that seems like a very bad idea to do. But I can see it in some situations. Okay. Is there anything else I need to test before we can start the pre-release? Or the post-release, whatever. Love a Yai Chevreuse team. That's the same thing as Beto Chevreuse. But single target. There's no point to testing it. If I've tested Beto, I've tested Yai. No, I think that's it. Alright! Let me get back to my own account. Speedrunners using Mona? That sounds like a stupid ass thing to do. For the front load, it's nice. But her animation is like 3 hours. There's no way it's better than using a unit that doesn't have a long, really long fucking animation and taking like 1 or 2 more autos. Maybe at like specific levels of investment, Mona's better than the other Hydros. Okay. Chat, say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To the Arlecchino post-release analysis. As usual for these, we're going to go through the pre-release, go through everything we got right, everything we got wrong, everything we missed. And don't pay attention to the team on the screen. we'll get into that, but I don't like this, Steve. Anyways, let's get right into it. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome, to the Arlecchino pre-release analysis, and it is actually the pre-release. Okay, I'm not. I ended up trying to blurring this after release because the video got demonetized for some reason, and some people theorized that it was because someone said "fuck" in the because someone swore in the chat in the video. I blurred it, I appealed, they didn't do shit, it's still demonetized. I tried to, contact YouTube, obviously got no response because YouTube is great. So obviously, yeah, that's unfortunate, that's, whatever, moving on. I'll continue. It makes me very, very unhappy, and there's literally nothing I can do about it, because I'm not big enough of a creator for YouTube to care. But, anyways. The April Fools. So let's get right into it. The first thing I want to say is that this character has been changed in very meaningful ways multiple times over this beta. And as such, you've probably seen a decent amount of information out there already. I am here to clear it all up. However, there is still some time left to the beta as of me recording this, and potentially even as of me posting this. And so make sure you check the pinned comment. If there are meaningful changes in the next beta update, I will be pinning them in a comment. If there's no pinned comment, that means either no changes or I didn't get around to it yet. Or the changes don't matter. Anyways, we didn't. Wait, were there any meaningful changes between this and release? I don't think so, right? Like they changed constellations, right? Yeah, they gave C2 some resistance to interruption, and they buffed the resistance to interruption from C1. Or no, they gave C2 some damage reduction or some shit, right? It's not stuff that really matters to any of the stuff I talk about in the video anyways, so yeah. Base HP, 13,000. Base defense, 765. Base attack, 342. Ascension stat, crit damage. As we're gonna see later, her defensive stats actually matter a lot. So if we're comparing this to other characters' defensive stats, and for non-HP scalers, basically outside of Jean, the highest one you're getting is around 13k. So it's on the tankier side. For base defense, for non-defense scalers, it's not quite as high, alright? It's 765, which is a decent amount lower than characters like Hu Tao, Sino, I guess Child. But it's still reasonably high. About average for a 5-star character. Before we get into any of the actual kit itself, let's read this passive. Cinder's alone shall nourish. While in combat... I don't think we actually need to look at any of the, kit explanation. That hasn't changed. So obviously, the biggest upside is that her damage is very, very front-loaded. You look at the first time you use your normal attack versus the, after you've gone through your full normal attack, all 6 of your normal attacks, the first normal attack you do, it does significantly less damage. The first one does significantly more. And what that means is once you reach pretty high investment, things will die before the damage fall off. So that's pretty nice. We'll talk about attack combos later, but for now, let's just assume you're doing 2 and 6 into N4. You're finishing with 31% Bond of Life. Now, you could use your ult, clear the bond, do a bit of damage, heal for 50% of that, and 150% of your attack. So about 6-7k. It's gonna depend on your stats, obviously, but somewhere between 5 and 9k, depending on buffs and all that stuff. Or you don't. And if you don't, this 31.95% Bond of Life stays there. Maybe it doesn't disappear when you swap out. It stays on her. So what you can do is use your E and start your next rotation. And then on the next rotation, we're going back, but we're gaining 130. And so our first hit is decent amount stronger. In other words, you get rewarded for not needing to use your burst to heal. And you get rewarded for that by getting more damage. Another use of this is... Yeah, so... This is indeed the case. And it's something that feels really good in practice. Whenever you don't have to burst, whenever you can carry over some Bond of Life, especially if you didn't end up using up all of your Bond because you had to swap out a little bit earlier, or because you had to... I guess if you had to swap out a bit earlier, it's because you would have used the burst to heal. So if you had to dodge a bunch of attacks, so you didn't do as many normal attacks during your uptime, starting the next rotation with more Bond of Life feels really significant. It's definitely something that like noticeably increases your damage. And at like the sort of investment that you'd expect, or that I generally expect out of the average asterisk player, and in this situation, average is like not actually the median player, because there's a lot of people that play the game way too casually to care about builds, right? But the average, you know, player who will look up a guide to figure out how to build a character, right? I expect them to be able to have, if they've been playing for long enough investment to be able to like to rotate content like single target bosses. If they do their rotations right. And when you can 2-rotate with her, especially because, right, generally you don't kill them after the full rotation, it's after a certain amount of damage, and if most of your damage is front-loaded, then that happens earlier into your rotation than if your damage is sustained. So all of this is like, in practice, this matters a lot, and it definitely helps her feel a lot better for a lot of people. If you're in Overworld, enemies generally die really quickly. They're probably dying after like this. You're just getting this or something. You're finishing with 100 Bond of Life. Next time you E, you're maxing it out. Bond of Life maxes out at 200%. So you're just maxing it out. Another upside of that is, well, if you don't need to burst, that means you don't need ER. That being said though, I didn't go through all the downsides yet. So let's go through a few more. Okay, before we get into that, one more thing I want to add about front-loaded damage is, I think a lot of people, I've seen a few theory crafters be surprised at how positive the reception to Arlecchino has been. And I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. Because of the way that her front-loaded damage works, if you are someone who cares a lot about the meta, min-maxes their characters as much as possible, and gets really strong builds, a character with a damage profile this front-loaded will perform better. Even if your overall DPS isn't as good. On the other hand, if you're someone who doesn't care as much about min-maxing, isn't as much into the meta, you're a lot more likely to fall victim to damage per screenshot. And to see one big number and be like, oh my god, this character is broken. In other words, for like very optimized players, Arlecchino is very good. And for non-optimized players, she kind of isn't, but she looks very good, so they still think she is very good, right? The players for which Arlecchino isn't quite as good are the players who won't notice her weaknesses as much. But anyways, let's keep going. That we need to talk about. First, E cooldown is 30 seconds. It gets reduced whenever you normal attack, but it does mean that it's going to be difficult to do shorter rotations unless you're spending a decent amount of field time on her. And it also means that, especially for shorter rotations, if you get staggered or you have to dodge too much, or the enemies move too much and don't actually let you attack, you're not reducing your cooldown by 0.8 seconds per attack when you're not attacking, which is going to force you to wait for your next rotation. Next, her charge attack does not benefit from the Mask of the Red Death increase. In other words, her charge attack is really bad. What that means is that you're going to want to be spamming normal attacks, not charge attacks. And normal attacks have standard ICD, which means if you're playing her in a vape team, a pretty large portion of the damage you're doing won't be vaping. Something I need to mention, and I... Alright. before we keep going with this, all right, let's expand a little bit on charge attack being really bad. Yes, it is really bad.
I can't promise.
However, there's one thing about the charge attack that I think a lot of people aren't aware of yet, and it's that while you are forced to use a charge attack to consume your mark, you don't actually have to hit enemies with a charge attack, and you don't actually have to finish your charge attack animation. In other words, right? I'm just gonna...
Overruled.
You can do this. And you get your Bond of Life. You can dash cancel or jump cancel it. And that can actually be useful because since a charge attack doesn't do that much damage, actually landing it doesn't matter that much. And against aggressive enemies, sometimes, well, you have to wait for them to stop attacking to start attacking them. But you can use this to basically, like against Triple Genki, for example, they do like a series of attacks and it can be hard to find a good window to slot in your charge attack. But when you're doing charge attack and dash canceling it, the animation is a lot shorter, so it's a lot easier to slot it in. Outside of that, canceling your charge attack like this can be really useful in specific teams where it can otherwise be difficult to apply enough Hydro, or even Cryo, depending on your team, to keep up with Arlecchino's power application, right? So, for example, and I guess editors, you can show the clip from account I was on right before I started the pre-release. For example, when you're using Kokomi as a source of Hydro application for Arlecchino, and we'll get into her Hydro teammates later, don't worry, because I don't think I ended up mentioning Kokomi in the pre-release, so that's something we gotta address. But if you are using Kokomi as a source of Hydro application for Arlecchino, then you'll generally go Bennett, Animo, or Zhongli Bennett into Kokomi. So you'll use Kokomi's E when the enemies are affected by Pyro. What that means is, especially in AoE, you have to either do a charge attack or wait for Kokomi's Jellyfish to hit a second time for the enemies to have a Hydro Aura. If you don't do that, you go on Arlecchino, you start hitting them, you apply a Pyro Aura, you're not going to vape any of your stuff. You're just going to be vaping Kokomi, and it's not going to be good. Doing a charge attack cancel actually lets you consume your bond, and something in my throat. Doing a charge attack cancel lets you consume your bond without applying Pyro, which gives Kokomi's Jellyfish enough time to apply Hydro a second time and start with a Hydro Aura, and then you can start hitting them without a worry. It's also useful if you have C2 Arlecchino. With C2 Arlecchino, you get additional damage when you consume your mark, but the damage hits after the charge attack does, which means that if you only have a small amount of Hydro left on enemies, the charge attack will vape, and the C2 damage won't. And if you are trying to play a melt team, the charge attack will melt, and the C2 won't. Because the charge attack is like 180 at level 10 motion value, and the C2 is 900, you can see how that would not be ideal. And so, you can decide to just do a charge attack cancel, consume the C2 mark, and get your damage. If your source of Hydro application isn't that fast in vape teams, it's actually really rough to like if you're not doing a charge attack cancel at C2, because you get application from your charge attack and then your C2, and that's generally going to wipe a Hydro Aura as long as it's not to you, which it generally won't be. And then you normal attack, but your normal attack will hit before your Rain Swords do or your Exquisite Throws do or whatever. Which means they're going to have a Pyro Aura, which means you're going to miss your first Vape, and your first Vape is obviously your biggest hit, so you don't want to miss that. And then you might even miss more depending on how slow your Hydro app is. Yeah, that's fair. I'm seeing a message in chat. It is worth noting that if your charge attack doesn't hit, you do not get the signature weapon bonus. So, keep that in mind if you have her signature, right? Because the condition on it is to hit an enemy with a charge attack. Anyways, let's keep going. I guess talk about is a few of the changes that I've gone through with the beta. She's gone. Yeah, I guess you can do charge attack E. Before using your E, you can do a charge attack to get the bond at the very start. That works as well. Through multiple both numbers and mechanic changes, her burst used to not reset skill cooldown or clear Bond of Life. I used to just deal damage, and the Bond of Life clearance and healing was on the skill cast instead, and the cooldown was lower, and they didn't have the cooldown decrease. Her numbers have changed through the beta changes. And then finally, last part of her kit, when defeating an opponent with a Blood Dead Directive, Arlecchino will be granted a life bond worth 130% of her max HP. The way that this actually works is this only works if you kill the enemy before using your charge attack. It also can't go over 145. So even if you were to kill one enemy and then charge attack to get the Bond of Life from the other enemy, it wouldn't be more than 145. The main purpose of this passive isn't to let you get more directive. It's so that if you kill the enemies during your setup before you swap back to her and charge attack, if this passive wasn't there, it's just over. You're just staring, looking at the enemy, no Bond of Life, 30-second cooldown on E, no way to remove it because you don't have Bond of Life, and without Bond of Life you don't have Mask of the Red Death, and without Mask of the Red Death can't reduce the cooldown. And so the purpose of this passive is to make it so that if you do kill the enemy during your setup, you still get the Bond of Life. Okay. One thing that I want to add to that, like this is true, but one thing to add to that is in multi-wave content, it can happen pretty often that you get your E back before your uptime is over. And if you notice that you're about to kill an enemy while you have your E up, you can make sure to use your E. And especially in AoE content, that can, I'd say a bit more often than I expected, get you 145 instead of 130. Almost every situation, it's not actually going to give you more Bond of Life. It's just a nice little failsafe. So, let's get into constellations. Mask of the Red Death is further enhanced. The value of the increase is 100%. Additionally, Arlecchino's interruption resistance is increased when she performs normal attacks while affected by the Mask of the Red Death. Basically, she gets resistance to interruption, and her damage from Mask of the Red Death, instead of 238, is going to be 338, which is pretty big increase to the first attack, but the more attacks you do, the smaller of an increase it is, right? Because once you, like, the more you attack, the less Bond of Life you have, and the less Bond of Life you have, the less damage you're gaining from your Mask of the Red Death, whereas your base normal attack damage is not Mask of the Red Death. That's still the same. It's one of the stronger C1s we've had for recent characters. It's a pretty sizable DPS increase, and it also gives you resistance to interruption. We're going to talk about her weapons later, but I would say if you're hesitating between C1 and her signature, there are very, very few situations where I would recommend signature over C1. The one situation where I'd recommend signature over C1 is if you have, like, basically no... Yeah, we don't have to go through all the constellation stuff, honestly. Like, there's not much to say. They're pretty much all as I expected them to be. Even bother. Alright, to start off on the weapons, let's talk about her signature. High base attack, low substat, crit rate substat, grants a Bond of Life equal to 25. Yeah. So let's take a look at the overall list. We don't need to go through everyone. We don't need to listen to me yap about every weapon individually. looking at this very quickly, I don't think I've changed my mind on anything. Her weapons are pretty straightforward. There hasn't been any surprises. I guess I'm a little bit less positive on Lithic now, but that's mainly because I dislike the teams that have multiple Leo unit a little bit more than I expected to. So it still does vary from garbage to great, but I think I may have been a bit too positive on it. But yeah. Alright. So, why is that? Well, we've gone through her kit, we know what her burst does, and her burst, unless you need the healing, doesn't do anything. You always want to eat before you burst, right? If you are gonna burst. And then if you do, what sort of ER requirements are you looking at? In a team with Bennett, Singto, Yelan. If you do need to burst, right? You use your E, you burst, and then you use your E again. Her E generates 5 particles. I think it's very possible that... Okay, one thing, I don't know if I end up mentioning it later here, but if you have to panic button burst, very often you're not using your E right before it, so you're not pre-funneling particles into your burst, which can make the ER requirements higher if you need to have a panic button again. But I think I do talk about how, like, at the end of the day, it's just there to be a panic button, so you shouldn't build ER. It ends up changing before release, so again, right, as a reminder, before making any sort of decision based on this video, check the pinned comment. If there are changes, they will be there. If there's no pinned comment, you're in the clear. But her E generates 5 particles, which is a pretty large amount, especially if you can cast it twice. That's 10 pyro particles instantly. Then you get Bennett particles from 1E. Then you have Singto and Yelan particles. She's not catching any of them. Oh yeah, one thing actually that is really nice about doing EQE is 10 pyro particles is a lot of fucking energy. And it makes it feel so much better to end your rotation without your burst. Or like end a chamber without your burst. On your other characters, if you didn't have to burst on Arlecchino. Because then if you finish the burst with... Or finish a chamber without your burst, but you have Arlecchino's burst, on the next chamber you can EQE and start your rotation by generating 10 pyro particles. Which, especially when you're playing her with Bennett, which so far has been my experience in most teams I've played her. But yeah, especially if you're playing her with Bennett, it's basically... It's not quite... it's basically enough to full battery Bennett, right? Like a 0 energy Bennett... Right, 0 energy Bennett with 200... that's a lot of ER. I guess not a lot of people are gonna have that much. But even then, like... right, literally 0 energy. Arlecchino. EQE. And we get the burst back. Literally just from Arlecchino EQE. Now, if you have a little bit less ER, you might need to also have a Bennett E, but I think this illustrates the point pretty well. 10 pyro particles is a lot, and it makes it feel a lot nicer to not have to get your Bennett burst at the end, because not having to get your Bennett burst back at the end means that you can very safely use your Bennett burst when the enemies are like 30% HP remaining without having to feel bad about it, which is definitely something that if you play Abyss a lot, it can be quite bothersome. when enemies have not enough HP to like really justify using your burst, but like enough that they're so annoying to finish off. One E from Xingqiu, one E from Yelan for now. And then you do something like this. 5 on Xingqiu, 5 on Yelan for now. And her ER requirements, around 120%. If you have to burst every rotation. But you don't necessarily have to burst every rotation, you just need to burst when you need the heal. And if you do really need the heal that bad, you can just do one more Bennett E, catch it on her, and use your burst. Like, not having the burst quite ready, because her burst isn't part of her optimal damage rotation, isn't as big of a deal, because if you're not doing an optimal damage rotation, it doesn't hurt you as much. Even if you lose 1-5, still relatively low, right? Yeah. That's it. I definitely stand by you shouldn't really build ER. You use your burst when you need the healing, and that's it. From ER weapons, just doesn't do that much. Next up, we can talk about her artifact sets. Fragment of Harmonic Whimsy. 2-piece, 18% attack. 4-piece, when the value of a bond of life increases or decreases, this character deals 18% increased damage for 6 seconds, max 3 stacks. Because the value of her bond of life increases and decreases all the time, this is effectively 54% damage. That's a lot. That being said, this is an upcoming artifact that will be released at the same time as her, which means when she comes out, you won't have any of it. So, while 4-piece Whimsy is going to be her best in slot, it's still useful to know what else can be good. When you're looking at other alternatives, first one that should jump out to you from the fact that we can skip to the end and talk about these. One thing that I didn't end up including here that I guess I should have is the Pavillon set. It's not good, but it is another fine option if you're coping. If like if you've spent a lot of resin in this domain because you're a Wanderer main and you have a lot of like really good pieces from this, it's usable, but it's not what I'd recommend. Honestly, I don't think there's anything new or anything really that hasn't been mentioned here already to say about any artifact sets. Except that, honestly, I've gotten maybe a bit less excited about her signature set because it really hit me that my Glad is so good that like my Glad pieces are so good that I am likely not going to get an upgrade. Like I'm unlikely to improve my Arlecchino by farming the set by the time 5.0 rolls around. And spending a bunch of patches farming the same domain for, at best, a relatively minor increase seems hard to justify for me. It's definitely worth farming if you don't have the greatest Glad pieces, right? But my artifact quality on Glad is already so strong that the amount of time that is gonna take to get an improvement on her signature set, it probably just, I'm gonna need to start farming the 5.0 artifact sets before I actually get a 4-piece Whimsy that's better than my 4-piece Glad. And then I'm gonna stop farming 4-piece Whimsy, and it will all have been worthless. And so all of this to say, I don't know if I'm gonna keep farming it. I've farmed it since it came out. I still don't have much to show for it. I have like 2 decent pieces and like 1 or 2 co pieces. Right, like this is This is all right. This is fine. This is all right. Still don't have a goblet or a circlet, but it's just like all right isn't enough. Like none of these pieces will ever be equipped on her because the difference between these pieces and the Glad pieces I have, she is not currently on Glad because I was testing some I shall say stuff. My bad. I will re-equip her on her right artifacts. The gap between those pieces and my Glad pieces is too big for it to ever really be worth using those pieces. But yeah. I will say if you did go for C2, the threshold at which Whimsy is better becomes a lot lower. And by that I mean because the C2 damage is not normal attack damage. Well, I don't know actually. Still probably not even that great because the C2 hit happens without full stacks of Whimsy, right? You have to understand there's a lot of new players watching your video, not everyone will have God tier Glad like you. Wow, if only I had very clearly said 4 people with Glad this good and made it incredibly clear that this does not apply to everyone. Wow. Damn. You got me. I know. That's why. But I don't think I really I don't think I made my thoughts clear enough in the pre-release about how, while yes, Whimsy is best in slot and it is worth farming if like you really like her, want to main her, whatever, or if you don't have the best Glad to begin with. For a lot of you guys watching, you have good Glad already, and you should keep in mind that 5.0 isn't that far away from now. And it's probably going to introduce some new artifact sets that you might want to start farming. And if your Glad is good enough, then it's very possible that by the time 5.0 comes out, your Whimsy is just not better than your Glad. And then all of that time will have been wasted, right? But if you don't have anything else to be farming, if you don't have any other good use for your resin right now, then it's still something you can do. Anyways. Next up, artifact stats. Baseline is going to be attack, pyro, crit. However, there are 2 main changes that can happen depending on your weapon and team. Those 2 changes can be an EM Sands and an attack goblet. Basically, she gets 40% pyro damage from her kit, and a decent amount of her teams and weapon options give her damage percent. Her best general free-to-play. Yeah, I mean, there's, again, not really much to say about that. That's about the PM sense. Even if you have, when you're sorry that even a pretty shit attack sense could be better. Anyways, I will finish with, I will say, I'm personally not using an EM Sense, even if I think EM Sense is slightly better. Just because I'd rather have her... EM Sense isn't better by a big enough margin to justify having to swap her build every time I play her in a different team. And that's a pain in the ass, and I don't like it. And I'd rather just leave her on an attack sen all the time. And I guess that's something I didn't talk about in the pre-release. But anyways, Now we're getting into the teams, which is the most important part of the post-release generally. Teams. And I think we need to start by talking about Vape, because she's already been and will continue to be compared to Hu Tao. Effectively, what she has is a damage profile that starts above Hu Tao. Her damage at the very start of her rotation is better than Hu Tao, but every time she attacks, she loses bond and her damage goes down. At the end of her rotation, her damage is significantly worse than Hu Tao. What that means is that there's going to be situations where you're killing the enemies fast enough that she is going to be better than Hu Tao. There's also going to be teams where that's not the case, and she's going to be similar or worse. That is before looking at the fact that she cannot heal. If you ever have to use your burst, because if you don't, you're gonna die, she sinks to not great. If you have to use your burst right after you started attacking because you're gonna die if you don't, she is very underwhelming. Personally, I kind of like that. We finally have a character that actually rewards you a decent amount for playing properly, for playing well, for dodging attacks. I think that for the more casual players out there that have defensive utility options that are going to make it so you don't have to focus too much on the dodging, she's gonna feel better than Hu Tao because she's a lot less reliant on animation cancels than Hu Tao is. As far as I'm aware, her best combo is N3D, right? So 3 normal attacks into a dash and then just keep doing that. But the actual difference... Wait, I hadn't noticed that before. Ain't no way. Right, so 3 normal attacks into a dash and then just keep doing that. But the actual difference in output between that and just mashing normal attacks is obviously a lot smaller than the difference in output between charge cancels on Hu Tao and mashing normal attacks. Because Hu Tao's normal attacks are not... In my experience, you kind of just click on the normal attack button until you have to dodge. That's generally the Arlecchino experience, honestly. Very good. If you're someone who doesn't bother with learning combos and stuff like that, she's gonna be nice. There's also the fact that if you need to dash because you need to dodge an attack, her damage doesn't go down that much because so much of her damage is in her Mask of the Red Death that which attack is being used, whether it's the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth one, it doesn't matter that much because it's not the attack itself that does the big brunt of the damage, it's the mask. All this to say, right? Inability to heal aside, she's going to be mechanically easier to play than Hu Tao. The inability to heal will make her feel really bad against some enemies, but she does have access to defensive utility options that are actually pretty good. Now, because she already gets so much damage percent from her kit and her signature set, and because she doesn't vape almost all of her damage like Hu Tao does, she's a lot less synergistic with the good animal units we have. She's less synergistic with Kazuha because the damage percent doesn't do that much. Okay. She's less synergistic. So, I think that's the first... I guess big caveat I want to add to the pre-release. It is true that her synergy with the animal units in terms of how much they increase her damage is lower because she doesn't benefit as much from the stats that are given by those units because she already has a lot of damage percent and because she doesn't vape as much of her damage as Hu Tao. That being said, her AoE is better than Hu Tao's, and so she benefits from the grouping you can get from the animal units more. I would say that I somewhat underestimated. I don't think I underestimated it that much, but I definitely somewhat underestimated her ability to deal with AoE content, and not just in vape teams, just in general. The fact that her damage is so front-loaded gives her better synergy with groupers, because usually you group enemies, they stay grouped for a few seconds, and then they do an attack that makes them move. And when your damage profile is very, very front-loaded, then obviously the time for which the enemies are still grouped is when your damage is at its highest. And that's definitely something I overlooked a bit. Synergistic with Sucrose for the same reason. On top of that, she's more reliant on Bennett's buff to deal large damage numbers than Hu Tao is, because Hu Tao buffs her own attack so much, whereas Arlecchino doesn't. That leaves you in a situation where you want to maximize Bennett buff uptime, and you don't get punished as hard for not using an Animo unit. Now, generally, when you're using an Animo unit, you're using them for VV, and VV's buff duration is shorter than Bennett's buff, or VV's debuff duration, I guess, is shorter than Bennett's buff. That means you want to go on Bennett, and then go to your Animo unit. That means you're losing Bennett uptime on your Animo unit. Because of that, units that have the option to not have to do like specific cancels, have a little bit more flexibility in rotations, can swap out whenever, right? And that are more reliant on Bennett's buff, they're going to ideally want to spend as much time on Bennett or with Bennett buff as possible. And so there's going to be some anti-synergy with some of the Animo units. Does that mean that the Animo units are going to be bad for her? Not at all. But what it does mean is that the teams that don't use Animo units, the teams that use alternatives, are going to be a lot closer. On top of that, you generally don't have the best defensive utility options in the Animo unit. I've looked at the damage that her teams do, and in my opinion, taking into account the reliance on defensive utility, I think that her general best team is gonna be a Zhongli Bennett Vape team. It's okay. So I don't believe so. I don't believe so anymore. I think I've changed my mind on this. I think that I would generally rather play either Sucrose or Kazuha in this slot, but the Hydro slot that I like the most right now may surprise some of you guys. But let's listen to what Zajef has to say about this first. It's not going to be the highest DPS one. It's effectively because of the anti-synergy that exists between her kit and the Animo units. But yeah, also about that anti-synergy, while it is true that her being more Bennett reliant means that she likes a Bennett buff more, her front-loaded damage also means that if you swap into her later into your rotation and end up staying on her for less time, you're not losing as much of your damage, and if you're swapping out earlier, you're storing even more Bond of Life and therefore more damage for your next rotation. So I think that's definitely something that I misevaluated. I think that if anything, she may even have more synergy with characters that want to go after Bennett than characters that want to go before. While it's not gonna be as much DPS, it's actually not that far behind. That being said, you do have a decent amount of flexibility in your vape teams. You can use Bennett. But yeah, like it is not that far behind if you are doing the full rotation on a specific rotation. But again, right? A lot of the time you're going to have to dash, you're going to have to run between enemies. Any sort of thing that delays your damage a little bit is going to start favoring the teams where you have, quote-unquote, less time on her, because you're getting even more damage on your next rotation, right? You can use a defensive utility option like Zhongli. Zhongli will be the best defensive utility option, but when you're against freezable enemies, characters like Lila will also be able to do pretty well. Okay. And one thing I want to add for Lila is if you're using a slower Hydro application option, you don't want to use Lila's Burst because it can actually make it so that you trigger freeze right after you apply Hydro. You melt, then there's no aura on the enemy. And if it's at one of the moments where Arlecchino applies Pyro relatively close back to back, you might end up losing out on some vapes. especially once you start getting the faster cryo application from her burst. Plus, there's the fact that if you're against non-freezable enemies, then you just lose a vape every time you apply cryo. I think that Lila. I haven't tested it too much because my Lila is pretty low level, so her shield doesn't last very long. But I do think Lila is not quite as good with her as I hoped she would be. Characters like Diona as well. Getting some melts is just nice. If the enemy is not freezable, your cryo isn't getting you melts. It's that being said though, like that is generally only really an issue with the slower hydro applicators, not with Xingqiu. Removing hydro and you're not getting anything out of it. It's not a perfect situation, let's just say. But if you are against freezable enemies, then both Diona and Lila would be pretty alright. You can very much still use the Animo units. They're still quite good, especially when you're against enemies that aren't too dangerous. Even if you're playing a team with no defensive utility, you're probably going to be completely fine. But against more aggressive enemies like Coplia, for example, it's going to be technically doable if you're really good, but it's not something I would recommend. Yeah, I am really glad Coplia's out of the Abyss, because, God, yeah. Not pleasant to do with Arlecchino. Not pleasant at all. I'm glad she's gone. Coplius is a lot less dangerous. Like, significantly so. Basically. That being said, if you don't have Zhongli or think you can, play well enough to not need a defensive utility option or to need strictly a shield, you can still get better defensive. I still get my ass whooped. Yeah. Like, that's still definitely something that can happen, right? Like, it is the sort of boss where if you don't dodge the attacks very well, you will notice that you can't heal. It is gonna, yeah. Utility by using a character like Xingqiu for the damage reduction. Out of the teams I've looked at, for the vape teams, I've looked mostly at Bennett, Zhongli Hydro, I've looked at Bennett Animal Hydro, and I've looked at Bennett Double Hydro, as well as Zhongli Double Hydro. The one I'm gonna be playing, the one I'm expecting to overall be the one people turn to the most once she's out, is gonna be Bennett Shield Hydro, with Bennett Double Hydro not being too far behind. One thing that is interesting about a few of these teams, mainly Bennett Shield Hydro and VV Vape, is that if you're playing them with Yelan, your longest cooldown is Yelan's burst on 18 seconds, which means that you can do 18-second rotations. Something that's pretty important to note about that is that while shorter rotations are, if you actually do a rotation in 18 seconds instead of 21, that is basically a 15% DPS increase. That's a pretty big deal. But tight rotations like that are a lot harder to execute perfectly, and most of the time, unless your rotation is significantly longer or shorter, if you're clearing in the same amount of rotations, you're going to clear in a similar amount of time. I think that if you're just going to be looking at sheets that look at her DPS on 18-second rotations, or as we're going to get into for some of the later teams, rotations even shorter than that, like 16 seconds, you're going to get a flawed idea of how actually strong she is, because you're probably not doing these rotations that fast, right? If you make a couple mistakes on a team with a 21-second rotation, very often those rotations already have some margin for error, right? When you're playing teams with Xingqiu, there's very often already 1 or 2 seconds of wiggle room where you don't really technically have anything you could be doing during those 1 or 2 seconds. You're kind of just standing there if you're playing perfectly. Whereas with 18-second rotations, that's just not there. And so in most situations, you can expect to play 18-second rotations in 20 seconds, which is going to make them a lot worse than they look on paper. Anyways, okay, so yeah, that's fair. The main thing I want to add
No one's joined me on
for
adventure in ages. Come on.
for vape is what has actually been my personal favorite
I promise to keep
vape team to play. And it's with Candace. So, let me get into the why. When you're looking at your hydro options, generally, right? Let's go through all of the hydro units individually, right? Actually, let's just filter only hydro. right? So, Farina doesn't really have reliable AoE application. Neuvillette, not an off-fielder. Nilo, really long animation, pretty slow application, and no benefit outside of the application. Unless, maybe if you have a key. Elon, completely single target application. Ayato, movie-length animation, and really high ER requirements. And often unreliable Hydro App because of the RNG in his burst. Kokomi... We'll finish with Kokomi and Candace, actually. Child, unless you C4, no off-field. Mona, really long animations. Really hard to get enough ER to be able to do... TDDS on her, and if you're not doing TDDS, then it's, like, not that good. And the Hydro App doesn't really last long enough. For a full rotation, and it's stationary. Think so, mostly single target. And what that means is that when it comes to AoE situations, you're generally choosing, like, either you're just accepting that you're not going to vape everything, or you are trying to vape everything, and then you're going to need an AoE Hydro, right? And the ones that can do it is Farina, but it's not very reliable, and playing 50% HP on Arlecchino it feels awful. Nilo, no real upside. Hayato, ugh. And then you have Barbara, Kokomi, and Candace. Now, Candace only works at C6 in this team. Her application pre-C6 is only when you swap, right? But at C6, you get application on normal attacks every 2.3 seconds. Now, Barbara has the issue of the AoE being really, really small.
I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Kokomi has the issue of being pretty stationary and actively needing to either wait or do charge attack cancel to even vape your stuff at all. Otherwise, you're gonna apply pyro too fast. Candace is a pretty brain dead option.
Transfixed.
Teamwork is
Where you just swap into her, do EQ, and then go to Arlecchino. And you can just start hitting him. Obviously, remove a shot is being a little cringe here, but get the idea. Because she doesn't really do a lot of damage, obviously it's going to be a worse option in single target than characters like Singso and Yelan. But this Abyss with triple Kenki feels real. It feels nice to be able to have AoE application, and so oh yeah, and then on top of that, the 20% normal attack damage bonus you get, plus the 0.5% per 1000 HP that she has. Mine has 20k, so another 10%. It's actually relevant on Arlecchino.
Laid bare.
Oops.
great as your blood.
I think I know how to fuck that up. Ugh. I got staggered, Maj.
Overruled.
He's too far.
The hearth.
We have the clip of the 14-second clear. Yeah.
Laid bare.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Okay, I am bad.
Work. We shall.
Grouping is pretty good here. Yeah. I don't know if this is a good enough showcase of it. Not the best. Not a particularly fast clear. Just annoying to dodge the incoming attacks. Okay, I definitely pressed burst. I don't know why it didn't work. Eh. Definitely not the fastest, but at least it's a one rotate. Maybe the editors can show the 14-second clip. Whatever. But you can pretty reliably get good clears, right? And that I guess that helps make the point. This is more relatable. Yeah, I guess so. All in all, Candace actually just feels really good to use with Arlecchino. Just build her as much ER as possible, and that's kind of the... Fuck. I was like, yeah, it does feel like my ER is a little... Yeah, okay. As much ER as possible. Might as well put her on 4 Emblem. There we go. As much ER as possible. You can build HP, but an HP Sans gives you about 2.5% normal attack bonus on Arlecchino. Same for HP Circlet or Goblet. So it's a very, very minor amount of damage. But it's not really that necessary, but it is what it is. That being said, this is a team that I've been liking the most when it comes to like trying to speedrun stuff or trying to one rotate stuff. But for like just general gameplay, the teams that have some form of defensive utility have definitely felt a lot better to play. When it comes to teams that don't run a dedicated shielders, or that don't run a dedicated shielder, it generally feels awful to play. Or not awful, but it generally feels a lot better to play with Singto than with any of the other Hydro units. And when you are running a shielder, you can more easily get away with whatever you want. But yeah, so I definitely overlooked Candace. I also overlooked all the other like Hydra options that you can use in AoE that aren't necessarily as good as Candace, or that have different upsides. So for different upside, I mean Kokomi. Kokomi can be better than Candace in some situations, right? She's not burst reliant, which can be nice. You can put Instructor on her. Whereas with Candace, you kind of need to get too much ER, and that's a lot harder to do on Instructor. She can wear TDDS. That makes the overall buff that she gives a bit better than Candace's. But obviously, in exchange for that, you're stationary. But obviously, also, Candace is a relatively new 4-star. And as such, not a lot of people have her C6. Whereas everyone who has Kokomi has Kokomi. But yeah, and then you can also use Ayato, you can use Barbara, which actually surprised me. Barbara, as long as you don't get staggered, because that can, you know, mess with your timing a little bit. Barbara can actually apply enough Hydro. And obviously she can also use both Instructor and TTDS, just like...
Lay to bed.
Teamwork is strength.
Just like Kokomi. I'm not trying to show the damage, I didn't even let it cook fully, but just trying to show that the aura does get maintained. But obviously then you run into a second rotation, and then you're like, okay, Pog, woohoo, I'm ready, woohoo.
Let's light
Oops,
it
oh
up.
my god, I didn't... And even waiting like an hour at the end there, I still didn't have my... Still didn't have my E back up, because the cooldown is very, very long, right? It's fine if you can one-rotate content, or if you don't mind just waiting, or having one quote-unquote mono-pyro rotation every other rotation. Or you can just use Sac Fry on Barbara, but then you don't have TTDS, so it's kind of like, eh. But yeah, Barbara is definitely a less premium option over Candace and Kokomi. And yeah, Ayato, unironically, the biggest issue is just, it's really rough to get a Pyro Swirl through his burst. You can't really start with his burst. And his burst animation is so long that you'll basically end up with no uptime left if you use him. Anyways, let's keep going. Move on to the other teams. But yeah, actually, last thing about Vape, I am really glad that Candace finally has a team where she's not worthless. Like, obviously you could play her in Nilo teams, but it just doesn't hit the same when a character is played in a Nilo or a Hyperbloom team versus when they're played in a non-Nilo or a Hyperbloom team. Because it's like... It's not the character that's doing things, it's just the element. It doesn't feel like my character's doing anything. Yeah, it feels like they're getting carried a lot more than when you're playing them in non-Nendro teams. And that's just literally fucking brain rot, right? Like, there's no... They are still, you know, viable in those teams because of their kid, but still, my brain just doesn't like it as much. Feels crafting, yeah. He can be played in things other than Vape. And that's her biggest advantage over Hu Tao, because that is definitely her biggest advantage. And while so far the teams that I've gravitated towards the most have been the Vape teams, I have actually played her a decent amount in non-Vape teams as well. And I mean, for example, in the Vibro Crystal event, I played her basically only in Monopyro. And, I mean, a character that can just work on basically any team archetype with Pyro is just nice to have, you know? It's pretty cool. Like, it's nice that there's a character that isn't pigeonholed into only one comp. These teams, I'd say that generally, between her and Hu Tao, I'd probably recommend Hu Tao. But her biggest advantage over Hu Tao is that she can be played in other teams. And she's actually synergistic and good in other teams. Much of Hu Tao's power is in her charge attack, and the fact that it doesn't have ICD, and therefore you can vape all of it. So when you're not playing her in vape teams, she's a lot worse. She's still decent, but definitely a lot worse. Arlecchino already doesn't vape all that insane of a portion of her damage, and so that opens up other team options that wouldn't necessarily be all that great with Hu Tao. For example, you have Chevaleur's Overload teams. So I'm going to be separating the Chevaleur's teams in Chevaleur's Double Electro and Chevaleur's Bennett. I guess could technically do Chevaleur's Shangling as well, but... but sure. Yeah. Anything other than that, I think is kind of fake. Yeah, okay, so just to elaborate on this, you could play Chevaleur's one Electro and then Toma or Yunfei or I guess Xinyan or like Deya. But those teams are noticeably worse. And like I think I end up elaborating on that a little bit. The biggest weakness with Chevaleur's teams is not how strong they are. it's how much they have to sacrifice for defensive utility options. There is just no unit that slots in as a defensive utility option that doesn't completely gimp your damage, other than Beto. But as much as Beto is nice defensive utility, for a character that can't heal, it won't necessarily be enough. On top of that, Beto feels a lot worse in single target than she does in AoE. Visible Electro teams generally are gonna be the worst ones in terms of strict output. However, when you're playing double Electro, you have access to an actual defensive option. The only Pyro option that you really have for defensive utility, technically there's Daya, but Daya just halves the damage you receive. You're still receiving damage, so you're still gonna need to heal. So basically it's Yunfei or Toma that have actual shields, but neither of... I didn't talk about Xinyan because Xinyan isn't real. I'm sorry. Them really do significant damage. Whereas for Electro, you have a somewhat defensive focused unit that does do actually reasonable damage in Beto. I think that as a general rule, I would almost always prefer running Beto to Toma in Shogun's teams for Arlecchino. Beto's defensive utility is something that a lot of people, I think, just forget about. Yeah, like, it's not necessarily that, like, if I am playing Shogun's Arlecchino, I would always rather play Toma over, or Beto over Toma, because obviously if Beto's defensive utility isn't enough, then it's not like you have much of a choice, right? But if your Shogun's team is going to be Shogun's Toma, I'd rather just not play a Shogun's team, I guess is what I was trying to... The point I was trying to articulate, and I don't think I articulated it well enough. The little shield that she gives on ult isn't that significant. Like, it's not bad, but it's not that great. But what she does give you is she gives you resistance to interruption and damage reduction. So effectively, when it comes to offensive focused defensive utility options, you can think of Beto as the Shogun's team's alternative to using Xingqiu. I really want to emphasize that Arlecchino without defensive utility options is going to be rough to play. And so while the double Electro teams are generally going to be worse than the alternatives in terms of just outright damage, I do expect the average player to prefer them to the slightly stronger teams. On top of that, double Electro means no Bennett, means no Circle, which a lot of people would appreciate. I guess I should also include Xianyun double Hydro. Then you have Shogun's Bennett, which is gonna be the best performing just damage-wise. Yeah, I hate the plunge Arlecchino teams. It feels like you're going through 80,000 hoops to have worse performances. I think it used to be a lot more of a consideration in her earlier beta versions because she was just worse. And so, you know, having Xianyun put her on her back and carry her felt a bit better, or would have felt better rather. But now, you know, with the changes she got, she is actually a good unit now, so putting her on Xianyun's back doesn't feel as necessary, and she doesn't actually have good synergy with Xianyun to begin with. Of the Shogun's teams, and overall one of her stronger teams. With C6 Shogun's, it's actually competitive, if not in some situations better than the Vape teams. Without it, it's generally a bit worse. And yeah, I'm going at this with the assumption that Shogun's C6 works, which, as far as we've been told from leakers, it does, but that could be changed by the time she's out. And then finally, Shogun's Channeling is just going to be another non-circle impact version, but you still don't have defensive utility, so I don't know how much I like it. Next up, Mono Pyro. Yeah, so I think when I recorded this, we didn't have banners yet, so I didn't know if Shogun's was going to be on her banner. Obviously, as it turns out, she isn't, which means I still don't have Shogun's on my account. So all the testing I've done on Shogun's teams have been on other people's accounts, and Chat, stop making fun of me. So I can't really speak to like how much I would have ended up playing her with Sugars if I did have her. But I don't think I would have ended up playing her that much. Like, having experienced Arlecchino in Monopyro and Vape teams, I don't feel like I'm missing out on that much not having Sugars on my account. It's one of the teams you can do for sure, and it's a good one. But the amount that you have to sacrifice in order to be able to slot in defensive utility is definitely enough of a roadblock that it doesn't feel like I'm missing out on much. In Monopyro, she's gonna be pretty damn good. She's definitely gonna be one of the better options for Monopyro. The Monopyro teams where you're playing Bennett, Kazuha, Xiangling don't have a shield option, but you can just use Zhongli as a shield instead of Kazuha if you don't need the grouping, or even TTDS Yanfei. Okay, overall, so talking about Zhongli, there is one thing I want to mention, and it was a lot easier to notice in the previous Abyss than it is in this one. I guess I can still show it in this Abyss on the second side. So let's go and do that.
Illusion shattered.
Let my name echo in song. The doctor was sealed.
Remember, let the mighty be humble.
Oh, whatever. Everything went wrong, but it doesn't matter. Can't see anything that's going on. It's okay. Who cares?
Bow your head.
Oh my.
Shine down.
I almost died on Nebulet. That is insane.
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency. The tides beckon.
Whatever. I just wanted to turn my brain off. Oh, okay. Fine.
There is no escape.
Maybe I shouldn't have just tried to turn my brain off for this clear, but whatever, it's fine. Who cares? So, oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot to shield.
Order guide you.
Wind strike.
Oh my god, I am such a fucking idiot.
Overruled.
I'm going in.
Clouds high. The birds
Inside
one with
shall be
nature.
punished.
So, here's what I wanted to show, okay?
Having fun. Everybody stand up.
This is
Being able to use Zhongli's burst like this, oh my...
Did I scare you?
Which is hearing.
Of course. I fucked it up. Classic.
How inconsiderate.
Let's light it up.
Savor the show in peace.
I don't even have energy on him! Fuck!
stabilized.
Look out.
Okay, whatever. I give up. I didn't catch them in the Kazuha. I realized I didn't have Fab on him going into it, but I kind of just figured it'd be fine. What do I even do for the first side? Does it matter? Raiden's not even on an EM build. I don't know why I'm putting her here.
Bow your head.
Time to shine.
Illusion shattered.
The doctor will soon.
Taking it. Silence. Let the mighty be humble. Settle down.
There is no escape.
Let the world collide.
Remember, health comes first. The tides beckon. Bow your head. Ah! Settle down.
Whatever.
Overruled.
What's one? Solidify. I'm ready.
Teamwork is strength.
Wind strike.
I will have.
Oh my god, I fucked it up.
Everybody stand.
Transfixed. We need it last.
Let's light it up. Please hold for
Okay.
just a moment.
So, as I was trying to show, but I'm an idiot, so I fucked it up.
Consideration laid to bear. Teamwork is
If you crowd control them and you use your jungly burst. Okay, why is it flying that way?
Savor the show.
It's just doing it to be funny now. What? What is it doing?
Having fun? Overruled.
Solidify.
off we go. Everybody stand.
One with nature.
Trial and
This
consideration.
is order.
Why can I not do it? I did it like multiple times reliably in the last Abyss.
Strike.
Like they're just staying here. They're not moving. I could cast my jungly burst right now. But no, every time I cast it, they decide to do some weird fuckery.
Teamwork is strength.
I will have order.
Whatever. You can petrify them in place and then start hitting them, and because your damage is very front-loaded... I didn't even 3-star. Whatever. I give up. I give up. Editor, if you can find the clip from Last Abyss, you can put it in. Otherwise, I can't be fucking bothered. Whatever. Who cares? Overall, this is gonna be a pretty strong Monopyro team, honestly. There's really not that much to say about Monopyro. It's a pretty straightforward team, and it's gonna be Monopyro pretty
good.
I want to quickly mention Burgeon because I know some people are gonna want to know about it. Burgeon just isn't great for pyro carries because Dendro wipes your Hydro Aura. So if you have fast Dendro, you're gonna lose Vapes, and if you have slow Dendro, well, you're barely getting any Burgeons. On top of that, she's a character that can't heal. Don't know if you want to play that in Burgeon. On top of that, she barely has any off-field pyro. Overall, could be something you do with like Nahida, Zhongli, Xingqiu. Like basically just because Nahida is a pretty big EM buff and the Burgeons are not completely useless, and it will increase your AoE a little bit, but it's not like the main thing. I wouldn't really recommend it. Yeah, I don't like Burgeon. It's definitely something you can do. Like, Burgeon is a very high damage reaction, so it has a high floor, and Arlecchino is a good unit. So even if an Arlecchino Burgeon team is not really either a good Burgeon team or a good Arlecchino team. It is gonna be a good enough overall team to be playable. If you really want to play Burgeon, you can. But it's definitely not something I'd recommend. Speaking of her AoE, and I guess bringing it back to Hu Tao, I know a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, she's Hu Tao but AoE. And no, she's not. I will say, we have had data mined leaks today that they're increasing her AoE. So this is like a massive... They did. Grain of salt, massive asterisk, massive check the damn pin. Her AoE definitely is. I mean, part of the reason why... I mean, no. I'm not gonna give myself too much credit. I don't think... Hey, thank you for the raid. I'm currently recording, so yeah. Anyway. I don't want to give myself too much credit. I don't think I would have thought about Candace ahead of time, even if her AoE had been a bit better. But... like, ugh. The increase on her AoE definitely is something that, you know, makes her a bit better in AoE content and better in AoE teams, for sure. Comment to make sure this is still accurate. But her AoE is, like, very small. It's not Singto Burst small. It's not Ito. It's not Alhaitham. It's somewhere between the two. It is a bit bigger than Hu Tao's AoE, but not significantly so. Outside of what I've... Yeah, I think... the main thing is, like, when you're playing with a grouper, because her damage is so front-loaded, even a relatively small AoE is generally still going to be enough. At least for the very, very start, and that's where most of your damage happens. It's definitely something you're going to feel if you're playing in AoE content without a grouper. Except, I guess, against stuff like Kenki, where you can manipulate their AI to get them grouped anyways. But, like, if you're playing Second Side of this Abyss without a grouper, it does not feel like she has any AoE here. Like, it's definitely something that is very noticeable. But that doesn't mean there are no situations in which her AoE matters. And I definitely think the buffs to her AoE ended up being relatively significant when it comes to her overall team versatility. Mentioned, you can also just... or not her team versatility, but the versatility that her teams get when it comes to content where they can be good. Use teams where you're just putting buffers on the team, or even just non-reactive damage dealers. I know some people are going to want to know about Chiori. You can play like Bennett Zhongli Chiori, or Yelan Zhongli Chiori, or Singto Zhongli Chiori. That's something you can do. It's fine. I mean, basically all the Yoimiya teams, right? It's pretty good. I think it's a bit better than my Chiori. That's something you can do. It's fine. This expression and intonation, like, I agree with the words, but I think the expression and intonation I used made it seem a bit worse than it actually is. Like, it is definitely one of her good teams. Zajef bad mood, I guess. I don't know why, but it's definitely a bit better than my intonation would imply. I mean, basically all the Yoimiya teams, right? So also Yunjin, Zhongli, Yelan, or Yunjin, Zhongli, Bennett. This one, I don't think there's a nice way to say this, but what makes Yunjin a fine option in Yoimiya teams is the fact that Yoimiya is not that great. Yoimiya's personal motion value output is just not that high, which makes the added effective motion value you're gaining from Yunjin somewhat significant. Plus, she actually benefits from the attack speed. For Arlecchino, the benefit from the attack speed is much smaller because of hit lag, and, well, she does more damage. Her personal output is at a baseline higher, which means that what you're gaining from Yunjin doesn't quite do as much. Yeah. So Yunjin is gonna be... yeah, this is definitely still the case. Yunjin, something you can do if you really like Yunjin, you want to play her or whatever, but it's definitely not gonna be one of her stronger teams. I mean, it's gonna work, but I'd rather it's a decent alternative, but because Arlecchino does more damage, you'd rather focus on a way to increase her damage than on an Electro unit. It's gonna work. When you're playing Overvape, right, you're generally gonna be using Fischl, maybe Fischl Beto. They're not necessarily the best of her teams, but they're gonna be reasonable if you don't have the... I didn't end up testing this very much, because honestly, I don't think there's much to test. It's an alright team. Units to make some of the other teams. You have Bennett Swingto, you're looking for a good last slot. You don't think you're going to need the defensive utility from a shielder. Fischl's going to be a great unit to slot in. I mean, I've already talked about Xianyan double Hydro. You can also do Xianyan Bennett with Hydro. It'll be pretty good. I think that the scuff that can come from your damage relying on plunge attacks, and the fact that if you're not doing those plunge attacks, Xianyan's not doing anything for your team here, really, or like not doing much at least, is gonna make it so that even though they're very likely gonna sheet as really strong, I wouldn't really recommend them over baseline vape teams. But they're still gonna be a very... Yeah, editor used Yelan here because I didn't actually say which Hydra units, but generally this would more be with Farina. So my bad, editor. But yeah, these teams just feel like ass to play. I truly despise them. They make me angry. They make me sad. They make me upset. No. Say no. Say no to plunging. Plunge attacks. Wait, what's that meme of like... Fuck. I don't remember the exact words, so my brain is like struggling to come up with a good way to explain it. But it's like... when did we start? Like, how do they convince us that this thing was fine? This new thing was fine. The old thing better. Fuck! I need an example. Chat. Editor, don't cut this out. Please. Please. I'm begging. Like... Dude, my brain is actually not able to articulate this. I don't remember it well enough to articulate it. The fuck do you mean pool with grandma? You're just yapping words. What the fuck? It's like the stop... Yes! Yes! Wait, stop doing math. Yeah! This is the one. 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 Right? Stop doing maths. Numbers were not supposed to be given names. Years of counting, yet no real world use found for going higher than your fingers. Wanted to go higher anyways for a laugh? We had a tool for that. It was called guessing. Yes, please give me 0 of something. Please give me infinity of it. Statements dreamed up by the utterly deranged. Hello, I would like to have whatever the fuck this graph is, apples, please. They have played us for absolute fools. Okay? I need this meme, but stop doing plunge. I need someone to make this with plunge attacks, okay? I need someone to make this for Xianyan. I absolutely... Editors, you have to make this for the video. I'm giving you homework. Make it funny. Anyways, stop doing plunge attacks. I hate it. Don't do it. Anyways, viable option. Yeah, I guess we can talk quickly about Melt. Melt, I don't expect to be very good with her. I think Melt is better than I anticipated. I still don't think Melt is great. I mean, let's start by listening to Passage. Like, just straight. Like, Vape Melt, like, as in using a Quaro unit in a Vape team, that's gonna be fine. But straight to Melt without a Hydro unit, I don't think is gonna be very good. The Blood Debt Directive damage over time effect can screw over some of your setups. And yeah, so see, that is, these are the words of a clueless, stupid man, okay? As it turns out, her elemental skill has special ICD, some weird ass fucking shit where the second hit, which happens 5 seconds after the first one, does not apply pyro. Right? This next hit dealt damage, did not apply pyro. So as it turns out, these setups are that I thought would be pretty much like meme, like speedrun only, whatever. They work. So yeah. This is the look of a deranged, stupid idiot. Okay. Anyways, Mel teams still aren't great because at the end of the day, you're not vaping all your damage. You're only vaping a certain portion of it. And that obviously means that you're not gaining... You're not doubling your damage from melt, right? But you are getting, 15 crit rate from Cryo Resonance. There's a decent amount of Cryo units that have some nice, useful buffs, right? Rosario's got the crit rate buff. Diona's got EM buff. They generally tend to perform worse than the vape teams, but they are definitely playable and the word I'm looking for, viable teams. Generally, you're gonna have to run double cryo. In my testing, the only one I could get to reliably apply enough cryo solo is Kea, but that only works at C6.
Everybody stand.
Freeze! This will be frozen.
Obviously, lost a bit of damage because started hitting it before I got up completely, but you get the idea, right? Other than that, generally it's more worth to just run double cryo. Depending on the cryo unit, sometimes you're gonna have to dash cancel the charge attack like I did. I think with KSC6 you don't have to, as assuming everything goes properly, because you're going to get a cryo application right after the charge attack if you don't have to dodge, just from the default timing. But yeah. Overall, I think melt teams are really mostly either because you're trying to do a very specific thing, you're trying to play a specific unit or whatever, or because you just don't have the units that are good for vape. Or they're busy on the other side. And while her pyro application isn't fast per se, it's also not incredibly slow. And so I doubt... Anyway, meh. So I think that does it for teams. Now, as like an overall recap and like overall summary of my thoughts on her, I think I'm pretty satisfied with her current beta state. She's balanced in the sense that she gets some pretty solid upside at the cost of potential heavy reliance on defensive utility. And so I'm relatively satisfied with her overall power level. When it comes to design, I think that it's nice that we have a unit that actually rewards properly dodging, not getting hit. So that's pretty cool. I definitely do think that it's a bit boring that in practice, she's effectively just gonna be like, use your E swap out, but then swap to her and just normal attack until the numbers are white, and then swap swap out. I think that's how most people are gonna end up playing her. I think that's kind of boring to some extent. But I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Two things I want to warn you guys about. One, if you're playing her in Overworld, you can E, let it cook, catch the mark, teleport, come back, E, let it cook, catch the mark, and start your rotation with 200 Bond of Life instead of 130. Which means that showcases on day one are going to lie to you. If the whole health bar is red, they cheated. Number two, her damage is very front-loaded. A lot of her damage happens early on while she has a lot of Bond of Life. Because of that, it's gonna feel like she does more damage than she actually does. Front load is an upside, right? A unit doing the same damage but doing it earlier is better. And that upside will be felt, especially once you start reaching moments where you can either, or like when you clear the enemy before the end of a rotation. But that also means that the numbers you see on the first hit aren't really representative of the numbers that she's consistently doing throughout her uptime. If I look at the build that I'm gonna have on day one, assuming I could crown her on day one, which isn't gonna be possible because new boss, but if I do my setup in a Zhongli, Elon, Bennett team, and then I swap to her and I use my normal attack.
Oh yeah, actually, one more thing I want to mention. Both Last Abyss and this Abyss have kind of insane Abyss blessings for Arlecchino. So even what I've shown in this video, anytime I went in Abyss, those numbers are inflated, okay? 30% res shred for free is a lot, okay? So keep in mind these numbers are inflated by the blessing. They are not representative of what you're going to get in Abysses that aren't tailored to sell her, you know? Anyways. It's gonna do 135k, assuming it crits. But as you can see, it goes down after that. It's all downhill from there, and pretty significantly so. So just keep in mind, just because the first hit is wow, insane poggers, not all of them will be like that. Anyways, I think that's gonna do it. Overall, pretty strong character. Not game-breaking, but definitely has enough upsides that there are reasons to go for her over some of the other pyro carries. Before getting to test her, I don't think that she's overall better than Hu Tao. I think overall she's weaker, but there will definitely be situations where she's preferable. I'm excited to get to test her, and see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Yeah, I think... I guess the argument for her being better than Hu Tao would boil down to people that are generally interested enough in min-maxing to learn Hu Tao's cancels tend to be more likely to either reach just the artifact investment and like team setup investment required to one rotate content, in which case her front loaded is more valuable than or makes her more valuable than Hu Tao, or are going to actually like pull for constellations or signature weapon, and obviously she also is ahead of Hu Tao in that department. And I think that the overall discussion is a bit closer than I made it seem in this video, for sure. I still think that her... Like, I still think that I would probably rather have Hu Tao on my account if I had to choose between the two from a purely meta perspective. But I also don't really like Hu Tao, and I actually like Arlecchino, so in practice, if you ask me to choose between the two, I'd rather have Arlecchino. Anyways, YouTube. That does it for the post-release. Is there anything that I did not mention in the pre-release, and that I still haven't mentioned in the post-release that I would want to add? don't think so. Yeah. Alright, so that's gonna be it for the post-release. I hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. As usual, leave a like, subscribe, all the good YouTube stuff. Check me out on Twitch. Description. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay, and that is the end of the recording. I am honestly pretty tired. Reminder to tell the editors? Yeah. Good idea. Recorded Arlecchino post-release today. Alright. Let's go do our commissions very quickly, and then probably gonna be the end.
Stay close. Transfix. Pin them down. Grant us your blessing.
Wind Strider.
Oh, yeah. Whatever. I don't need to do that, do I? Maybe I should, though. Oh, gauge. Let's feed. Here is some fish. Fishing. Huh. Hey, what? What am I supposed to do? I don't want to read. Rebozo. Okay, fine, I'll read. Concerned with what is happening over there. Where? There's nothing happening here. The fuck is he yapping about? What? Is it supposed to be outside? Oh, yeah. Do I not have a thingy? Am I really gonna have to... No, wait. Can I do this? Oh. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna kill them with this. There's nothing nearby. Why is there nothing nearby? That's so cringe. There is? Well, I don't see it. Blub. More food? Oh no, I didn't accept the first one. Let's come back later. Okay. I'm not attacking him. I'm talking to him. These are sounds. He's doing ooh, and I'm doing ooh. Look at those notes. Ooh. Get this emote, please. It's mirrored this, that. Oh god. Woo! Alright. I believe that is going to be it for the day. Woo! I don't really want to raid anyone. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna raid anyone today. I missed Star Rail. Sorry. The Star Rail event is over, which means I'm never playing again. I actually finally got around to clearing Conundrum 12 yesterday. Or today. I think it was today. Between MSI games, because I was bored. First try on Remembrance. Which is kind of what I expected. Just too easy, man. Remembrance March? No, I didn't have a single. Actually, no, I had below. It was just ratio, Amatsurin, Tingyun, Pilla. Would have been better to use Kafka over Tingyun, but whatever, who cares? No, March is actually really bad for Remembrance. Why is March bad for Remembrance? Because all she does is freeze, but your blessings freeze already.
But like, who cares? You know? He freezes on demand though. Yeah, but the fights, if you're actually playing Remembrance, the enemy is going to have like one turn at most when it's phasing. You can freeze the phase. Yeah, but you should have your path resonance ready for the phase. But anyway, I just, it's not particularly good. Like, you're getting more freeze out of... Woo! You're getting more freeze out of having more multi-hits. Because you're proccing the freeze blessings more often. Anyways, I'm just gonna end stream here. I will see you guys. Thoughts on this? What is that? I don't know. I made you the soy jack, therefore I won. Yeah, it's definitely giving those vibes. Alright, that's gonna be it for the day. I will see you guys tomorrow. And,